Okay, good evening, everyone. This is Lori Charlton. It's June 3rd, 2025. I want to welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Board of Finance. I'll call the meeting to order and ask that we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To the members of the public who've dialed in or joined us via Zoom, please know you are muted and will not be heard by board members. And there will be no live public comment until called for during the meeting. We generally welcome public comment on certain voting items, and I'll open up for comment on agenda items 3, 4, and 6 at the start of the meeting. If you're on Zoom, please indicate now via the chat function that you'd like to be heard. Provide your name and address, and please plan to limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. Members of the public are always encouraged to send their comments and questions in writing to the board, and you can do so via the town website by navigating to the Board of Finance page and clicking on Contact the Board. So we'll do any public comment now. Anyone? Okay. See none. All right, so we'll move to item 3. To hear, consider, and act upon approving a grant agreement between the Connecticut Department of Transportation Highway Safety Office and the town of Fairfield for the Fairfield Police Department Speed Enforcement Program, and to further approve acceptance of the grant funds and their appropriation for the purposes set forth in the grant agreement. Motion to hear this item. Mr. Curley, seconded by Mr. Penley. Okay, so the backup for this item is posted online in the main document, starting on page 1. Hello, welcome to our Deputy Chief Wyatt. Turn it over to you.
Sure. The Connecticut HSO provides grants to local police departments to reduce aggressive driving behaviors such as speeding, tailgating, and unsafe lane changes through targeted enforcement efforts. And the objective is to decrease injuries and fatalities that are related to speeding. These grants commonly reimburse departments for officer overtime incurred during enforcement operations, particularly in high-risk locations identified through crash and traffic data. These grants are tied to high visibility enforcement campaigns, requiring departments to pair enforcement with public awareness efforts to maximize deterrence. Grant-funded activities are strategically directed to areas and times identified as high risk based on crash reports, citations, and historical traffic data. Performance metrics are required. Participating departments are required to track and report enforcement activities, outcomes such as citations and stops, and any related crash reduction data. This 2025 HSO grant has been approved by the state. It is comparable to the last 2 years. And we respectfully request Board of Finance approval to accept the application funds.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mr. Walsh?
Sure. What's the anticipated number of traffic violations for this amount of money?
Well, if we look,
I mean, get to keep that money even though it's likely provided by an outside source, or do they get?
so the way it works, if we look at the 2023 numbers, 2024 numbers, we had 457 stops. We had a little over 500 in 2023. It was a little over 500 in 2024. The 48,000 that we accepted in 2023, it yielded 36,000 in enforcement violations. Okay. Now the state keeps the majority of that. We get a small percentage back. I couldn't tell you exactly what it is, but I can do some research with that.
Yeah. And the state supplied all the numbers for what areas to do the enforcement on.
That's on the department to do research.
Your department?
Our department.
Okay. Preparing. Was any of the, like I saw Reading Road, the tragic event that happened with Miss Ravis, was any of that being directed towards the Reading Road? Because that's where that accident happened?
Most likely. And there's other substantial observations that identify it as high risk, speeding statistics and crash data.
Okay. Has there been any data produced by your department about there's been a slowdown since the installation of that traffic circle.
I could research that for you.
So, I happened to stumble upon your email during the budget season. I think some of my questions are the number of tickets that have been done, that you guys have issued in the last 3-year period. And don't hold me to this, maybe you know this better up over your head, but like 3 years ago, it went from like 1,500, 2,000. Then it went up the next year, 23, I think, 3,000 and change. And then the year after, it went to 9,500. First of all, what was the jump from to go up to 9,500? Was that based on any of these speeding things up in any of these areas that you're going to be doing enforcement on?
There are two things that cause those numbers to spike. Overall, the underlying change came from a change in leadership and a change in workforce in the traffic safety unit.
Okay.
New leadership and young, hungry officers, they really go out there and they doubled the numbers and have since tripled the numbers. And then also receiving this grant kind of boosts the activity as well.
So do you anticipate not including tickets that are being granted because of the speed camera or stop sign cameras or whatever is going to be installed that we talked about during the budget? Separate. Do you think there's going to be more than 9,000 granted issued this year?
I think we'll be on par with what we were last year.
Okay. And approximately 500 in this.
Correct.
Yes.
Maybe
And that was in the other numbers as well.
Correct.
500. Okay. And when you used the money last year, did you notice a decrease, or won't you know that until this year? In the number of, like, did people slow down? Did people start following? Were there less accidents? Was there like a return for the dollar?
there was, and we did put that data in the grant. So we had in 2021, we had one speed fatality in 2022, one in 2023, 0. And try to do, I get the 24 numbers, actual.
So that's gonna be one of my questions. So,
Yeah. Speed injuries, 2021 was 8, 2022 was 5, 2023 was 9, 2025 still at 0. And 2021 for speed citations issued, 1,673, 2022, 1,192, 2023, 1,450, and 2025, 2,400. So you see our citations are going up and
Yes.
fatalities going down.
That's one down for what? Just for the whole town, or just those areas?
For the high-risk areas
The
identified.
high risk areas. Okay. Okay. But that could have just been the accidents or fatality,
It's-
or
it's possible.
versus, there could be an increase of 10 on the other side of town. So like, okay. All right. I don't have it. I just want to follow up on some of that. Thank you though for answering my questions.
Thanks, Mr. Walsh. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of approving the grant agreement and accepting the grant funds and their appropriation as set forth in item 1 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous, 7-0. Thank you. Move to item 4. Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, move to item 4. Here consider and act upon the following resolution as recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Resolved to achieve the purposes of the Connecticut Deep Trails and Greenways Program. Connecticut Greenways Council grants for an open space trail and urbanized Fairfield neighborhood funds be and hereby are expended in the amount of $255,284. 80% of said funding to be made by Connecticut Deep and 20% of said funding to be matched by the Fairfield Conservation Department for a half-mile recreational trail at 150 Villa Avenue. And further resolved that First Selectman William Gerber is authorized to make, execute, and approve on behalf of the town of Fairfield all contracts or amendments thereof to secure said grant. A motion to hear this item, Mr. Penley, seconded by Mr. Myers. Okay, the backup for this item is posted online beginning on page 20. The board may remember, I think this is the one that came before us back in the fall of last year, and I think we took no action on it because we were waiting on some additional information about the source of the funding for the matching funds in the town, if I recall that correctly. Tim Bishop is here. Welcome, Mr. Bishop. I think you muted. Okay, there you go. You want to take us through this item?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Finance. Thank you for having me tonight, here to speak on behalf of this project. A few things have changed since I last presented it, but to summarize it briefly, 150 Villa Ave consists of several town-owned parcels, roughly 4.5 to 5 acres in size total, where I received a recreational trails grant from Connecticut DEP, and that was in the sum of a little over $255,000 to design and construct a recreational trail with some handicap accessible features. If you recall, this is in conjunction with a engineering department town project now in the hands of the operation group to create some stormwater detention for the Rooster River that has been approved by the Inland Wetland Agency prior. I think this is at least back a year old now. So our plan now to move this project forward is to combine the two projects, since they do go hand in hand on the same piece of land. And I just wanted to point out that the delay in action last time I presented this was related to the 20% matching portion, matching funds portion of the agreement that the state's requiring. So I whipped up a brief itemized list of in-kind costs that my department could provide just in a single week of work. But I just wanted to provide that breakdown of how those costs would add up quickly to the match portion, as well as being combined with a much larger project. I think resolve the issue of the fund, the balance of the funding gap, I'll call it, and will create some efficiencies both with vendors and consultants, probably contractors as well. So happy to work with engineering department and the operations group on this, and that's the approach we had agreed to take to move this project forward without losing one or both components of either the trails, the grant, or the Rooster River project. So all of those items are there. I'm happy to answer any questions on the breakdown on the in-kind services that total almost $31,000, and that's really for labor, materials, and equipment to do some on-site work related to planting, which I know is a concern of some of the nearby property owners that are adjacent. So we would be able to provide those because we do this. My staff does this all the time. So I'll keep it short, but happy to answer any questions and discuss this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bishop. Questions on this? Mr. Walsh.
Hello, Tim. Thanks for being here tonight. Just want to confirm first, all the 20% mentioned in our agenda, 20% where we have to make some type of payment, but it's all in-kind services, correct?
Correct.
No money's coming out of your budget because it says it's coming out of conservation department. So nothing's coming, everything's coming out of your department, and that's all in-kind services, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you have a backhoe and excavator with an operator in your department?
Yes.
Okay.
We plant trees all the time with
Yep.
our own equipment.
Same thing with the dump truck, trailer, whatever, and the diesel wood chipper, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The trees, the 20 trees that are being planted in the topsoil, is that stuff that's part of your normal inventory that you buy stuff for out of your budget on a yearly basis?
Yes. All the
Okay.
time.
Okay. And the use of the personnel, what would these people be doing if we weren't doing this? Just to other projects you're just dedicating to them and taking away from some other things you would have planned on doing before the budget season?
Yeah, exactly. We schedule the work if if it was a month out, we timed it properly. Maybe it was spring or fall at the time for ideal planting weather. I would just set aside a week
Okay.
to do that kind of work.
Okay.
And again, this is just based on the 40-hour week. If this was something longer or we needed to do some other in-kind services, then this number would increase. But I just picked kind of a clean time frame.
Okay. Is there anything that you wanted to get to this year that you're not going to get to because of the in-kind contribution of personnel?
No.
Okay. So when you were making up your budget, you knew this was coming down the path?
Yes. Yeah. Things happen.
Great. Okay.
So many tests that we
wanna-
do are unforeseen that that this doesn't get in our way.
You know, over the years, there's been times where we've used DPW personnel and, that's all great to do stuff at the beach and help build foundations, things like that. But what was lost in that was that we weren't getting to other things. That was never really mentioned, but it sounds like that's not going to be happening with your department on this project, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks, Tim. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. And also just to point out that the parcel will fall under my department's jurisdiction, so it's working our own space.
Okay.
Any other questions on this? Okay. Seeing none, we could take this to the vote. All in favor of approving the resolution set forth in item 4 of the agenda? Please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous, 7-0. Thank you again, Tim.
Thank you all. Have a great night.
All right, you too. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 5. Welcome, Eli. This is to hear an update regarding Penfield and other environmental remediation activities. I think the last time we got an update or a detailed update on the status of all that work was probably 15 or 18 months ago. So Eli, we appreciate you being here. The backup is posted online beginning on page 27. Eli, I'll turn it over to you.
Perfect. All right. Since the last time we gave an update, there were 3 sites remaining of the 40 sites, and that was a tennis facility, Penfield, and the Frank Rice Senior Trail. That is outside of the Hills Highland WPCA. Those are separate. Since then, we have completed the tennis facility and we have completed Penfield. Since the last update, we have spent a total of $13.3 million. 12 million of that was Penfield, approximately 50,000 was legal, and 1.3 million, approximately all round numbers, on the 40 sites. Majority being the tennis facility. So in front of you in the backup, there's an estimated future needs and an estimated current needs. So currently we plan on remediating the Frank Rice Senior Trail this summer. and there's an estimate of $1.2 million to take care of that. And then we need some legal fees, estimate on that front, and those are our current needs. Our future needs as to where we sit with the fill pile and WPCA. The fill pile is still under negotiations with EPA and DEEP, so I can't necessarily go into too much details on that front, but I can assure you that our attorney is working hard on communicating with EPA and DEEP. We just recently submitted comments to their comments, so we're waiting on their return of their comments to our comments to their comments. So it's a little bit of a process, but we're working through it. And again, that number that you see on the chart there, the 9.4, that was based off of an opinion letter as to where we think we want to land. Again, we're not at any stage right now of concluding how we are going to remediate fill piles. So happy to answer any questions.
Before we get to questions, Tom, can you just, and thank you for that, can you take us through the bottom of the schedule? So the,
Yes.
so the, because I just want to make sure we all understand kind of the available funding
Sure,
at this point, and, you know, because we have a vote coming up after this, so what we're going to be asked to.
right, $7,974,000 was set aside from, in fiscal year 2023. There were funds to be collected from several individuals, and $2,063,000 has been collected. So that's money in the bank, and we have 1.9 to be collected. So we have available to fund the liabilities $4,030,000, including the 9.7 that was reserved in 2022. And that's, compared to the estimated liabilities of 10.8 million.
All right, thank you. Mr. Penley?
So for the 1.9 million to be received, we're in the status of recovery?
There is a schedule that I don't know if these are weekly or monthly, but regular payments are being made.
Oh, I see.
Thank you, Mr. Penley. Other questions? Mr. Walsh?
Yes, Eli, you mentioned $9,444,000 is where we'd like to end up. Correct. That's a dangerous number. I often go into a car dealership and have an idea of what I want to spend, or I actually priced out patio doors and I was off by 200% of what they sell the doors for. So how far, do we have any idea whether you have no idea whatsoever what $12 million total funding as of May 30th is going to be enough to cover what the end solution is to get clean?
Can you explain the source of as I recall, that was an announcement
I have a
by
standing
Weston and
question.
Sampson, right? Okay. It's not, I don't think that's the town's number, right? Can you
No,
tell
that
us
is
where
not the
that came
town.
from?
Yeah, that is our LEP Weston Sampson, based off of everything that he has worked on, has seen. That is where the goal number is to be. Now, if you want to hold the worst case scenario, everybody's heard the $100 million number of shipping or shipping the whole entire fill pile off-site or barging it off-site, but I don't think that's a realistic solution. Where's the number going to be if there's escalation in transport costs next year or 2 years from now, and the number goes up? I can't give you an accurate number as to where we're going to land on the fill pile. It's way too early in the negotiations for me to give you.
Thanks for giving me the $100 million nightmare, because I've never heard that before in my life. So, so is that number like,
It's
everything got shipped off?
like a theoretical number.
A theoretical number. Wow. Okay. And when do we expect, based on what you're hearing from our experts?
I don't have a timeline.
Okay. So it could be next month and it could be 10 years from now. Those numbers is equally as good a guess.
I've given you the best information I have right now.
Okay, and that's kind of what kind of scares me because, you know, we don't have any idea whether this money's enough. We're putting lots of bonding projects that are needed projects, WPCA projects, school projects, all sorts of projects on. And we're gonna be bringing up our bonding amounts. And if we hit a number that's significantly more than $12 million, it's gonna be a problem. So, and I appreciate that you mentioned that your estimates are coming from our consultant.
Mhm.
But, you know, our board has seen too many consultant numbers here. Double, triple, quadruple, 2 years later. So after we got our consultant's numbers. So that's what's scaring the crap out of me. So, okay. Appreciate you.
That number's based off of a scenario, and I can't really about the scenario, but that's kind of where they feel that this fill pile would go. So
Why can't you get into the details of the scenario? Is it litigation? What's the reasoning why we can't know as a Board of Finance what those scenarios are? Because you want us to like fund this stuff and to prepare for it, and we're trying to like do budget and all sorts of stuff and get comfortable with this number. But you seem to be trying to stonewall us with not telling us what our plan is or what our consultant said we should be.
I would be glad to invite the remediation attorney Mike.
Yeah, I don't agree with the characterization of stonewalling. I think we're in negotiations and it would be inappropriate to discuss it in a public meeting. And, nothing here has changed. If, need be, we can have an executive session at some point to discuss the strategy around this. This isn't the time for that at this meeting. I will say this 9.4 million, the reason this number is familiar to me is this gets disclosed in our financial statements every year in the ACFR. And so this number was probably provided to us 6 to 8 months ago?
Yeah.
Okay. And that gets updated annually, correct? Right, because it has to be disclosed as our best estimate of what okay. So, before we, maybe at the appropriate time, possibly before our next capital planning meeting or in connection with that, we can have a discussion about where these things stand.
Madam Chairman, I'm suggesting that we should probably bring in the attorney into executive session and try to get more information.
Yeah, we can do that.
Because Eli's seems like he is not being able to give answers to the questions that we have. And I would like to know if the attorney can bring us closer to what the delta might be, and also in regards to the timing of this.
Yeah.
And he can't tell me whether we're gonna have an answer next month or 10 years from now. That's a huge
I
gap.
don't think it's gonna be 10 years, but we can get an update. And as I said, if we have better information or if we just want to understand the status, I think maybe the right time to discuss this would be potentially in September in advance of our capital planning summit. Because if we were facing a scenario where these reserves were materially inadequate,
Mhm.
then the liability would need to be on the capital plan.
Yes.
It would have to be bonded. And clearly that would have implications, displacing other projects, et cetera. So that's why I suggest September might be a good time. We'll have some more information and we could have the discussion in an appropriate form.
Yeah, and if we could have that attorney there, because
No, agreed. And this is Mike Miller. Is this the
Yes,
same
yes,
guy that's been, okay. It's the same guy that's been advising us all along. And I think the numbers that we've gotten for these remediation expenses to date, unlike some of our other capital projects, I don't think have been materially different. I think we've been,
Knock on wood, yeah.
yeah,
We've
they've
been
been fairly,
within the range that they-
reasonable. Okay. Did you have a
Yeah,
question?
I just have a quick question. Let's just say, fast forward, we get the answer and it's either best case scenario cap or worst case scenario haul, how long of a execution period would we have? So hopefully we'd be able to spread out a big amount over multiple years, or how long do you think they'll give us to actually execute whatever the finding?
I don't have an answer for you. As to the duration, are they gonna allow us to do a little bit at a time every 6 months or every year, go back and chip away at it? That's to be negotiated. I apologize. I don't have all the
No,
answers for
I
everybody.
mean, the NOV is 5 or 6 years old at this point, I think. Am I remembering that? right?
Correct, yeah.
So it's been, they don't move quickly.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm not,
Respect that.
I'm not hiding anything. I just spoke with the attorney this morning. Most likely, if you'd ask the attorney the timeline, he will tell you, I can tell you as well, so,
But putting aside the fill pile though, just to refocus, so the current needs, the work that you want to do this summer is the Frank Rice Trail, which is the last of the sites. We've heard about that before. That's the one that's been dragging. And then the legal fees includes, that's things like negotiation with DEEP and all of this other stuff. So that the current need of the 1.4 million is what we need to, we have the cash, but we need to actually appropriate it
correct.
and put it in the remediation account so that we can move forward and get this contamination all cleaned up this summer. Okay.
The completion of the Frank Rice Senior Trail
Yeah.
will complete the consent order of the board sites. That's the last site.
Mr. Walsh.
Just one more comment. And we really need it by September, because if we're gonna find out what our surplus is and then thereafter decide what to do with the surplus, because we have put a lot of surplus in this account before, we need advice on whether we need more.
Agreed.
And so September would be great, and having an environmental attorney here. Thank you. And I understand your limitations, Eli, so I'm not saying that you can't give it to us. I understand that. But I would like to hear from our attorney get more.
Okay. Any other questions on this? Okay, so the related item, which we can move to now, is item 6. So this is, item 6 is to hear, consider, and act upon a request from the Chief Financial Officer to appropriate 1.4 million from Environmental Recovery's revenue account to the CNR remediation expense account toward the remaining remediation and legal fees related to the town's environmental liability. So can I have a motion to hear this item? Mr. Curley, seconded by Mr. Henry. And again, the backup for the 1.4 million is the analysis that we just looked at. So this is when we put away surplus, as a reminder to the board and for the public, we put it in that debt service account, but it still has to be voted on in order to appropriate it. Likewise, when the recovery is received, that is money that goes into a revenue account, which also has to be voted on to appropriate it. So that's the reason for this, call it a transfer request, but it's really to approve an appropriation. So does anybody have any questions on this motion, Mr. Curley?
Yeah, just clarification. So on the schedule provided in page 27 of the backup, I see the 1.2 for the Frank Rice Senior Trail, the legal fees 200 gets to the 1.4. It's talking about coming from the recoveries account. Is it the 2.063 that recoveries received that we're pulling from that?
Yeah, it's in that, correct.
That will leave an
Yeah,
additional.
correct. So you're
600,000.
simply moving from, taking out a portion of the revenue and moving it to an expense account.
So that recoveries received line after being
Be reduced.
withdrawn fund would leave about 600,000.
Correct.
Any other questions on this item? Mr. Welsh?
Tom, is that exactly how much is in the account? $1.4 million?
I'm not sure. There might be additional funds in there. That should be, actually, that should be all in there right now.
Yeah, that's a question. I just want to know, is everything being moved over right now?
No. You're only moving over 1.4.
Okay, why is 1 point, why did you choose 1.4?
Well, you could move it all over, but we've identified a need for the 1.4 now. And when there are additional expenses to be funded, we'll come back and ask for an additional transfer.
Yeah, we should only vote on what we need. Like, I don't think the board, in the past, the board didn't want to appropriate, because once there's a legal authorization to spend it, it can be spent. So this is the need that's been identified, and this will clean up, this will cover legal fees, this will allow for us to complete the Frank Rice Trail. And then the next big thing that will come before us, so that'll finish the 40 sites. The next big thing that'll come before us is the fill pile itself. And when we have more information and at the right time, we can decide, the town can make a proposal on what they need to do there.
The legal fees, Eli, the 200,000,
Correct.
will that bring them all current?
All sites?
All the legal fees that are outstanding?
Yes. Oh, well, it's an estimate to continue the negotiations of the fill pile, and to continue any legal fees that we need for the Frank Rice Senior Trail.
Oh, so that's what you're estimating you'll need to complete that. But you expect further legal fees?
If the negotiations drag out, there could be a possibility of additional legal fees. They're usually allotted a PO with a certain amount, and then once they drain it, they bill hourly or per meeting, or so they're using up that allowance as needed.
Oh. And what firms are on there? That gentleman you mentioned already, his firm? There anything else for Cullen and Wolf in there, or no?
I would have to double check.
All right, you can just get back to us.
Yeah.
Approximately what the breakdown was on your estimates.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so we can vote then. All in favor of approving the appropriation set forth in item 6 of the agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, it is unanimous 7-0. Thank you, Eli. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Don't get excited yet. All right, we'll move to item 7 to hear an update on recently completed internal audits and related information concerning the transition of the town's payroll system. So the backup for this item is posted in 2 pieces. The internal audit report on page 28 of the posted backup. And then the information related to the town's payroll system, which is responsive to one of the internal audit reports, was posted supplementally as a separate document in the online backup. So I want to welcome our town internal auditor, Connie Saxel here. Thank you, Connie. Usually we have an update from Connie annually for the full board, but we had some substantive issues that came up in the last audit committee meeting, and we thought it would be worthwhile to have Connie do a mid-year update for the full board. So thank you again for coming. And we do have a long agenda, so I'll leave it to your discretion to focus on these items in whatever way you think is appropriate. But obviously the more important ones or the more significant ones would be helpful to focus on.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. There were 3 audit reports that have been stamped final. And these reports have been discussed and reviewed with the CFO, other town officials, and applicable department heads at our monthly internal audit meetings. I've also discussed these reports with the audit subcommittee as well. Yesterday, I was invited to the Board of Education to discuss these reports with their Board of Finance. They have been very receptive, and I'm happy to report that there's been a positive collaboration between town internal audit and the Board of Education as a result of these audits. And the first report is an audit of Board of Education payroll. And this audit was performed upon the request of the audit subcommittee, who had recommended that internal audit incorporate the Board of Education into the audit plan. And payroll, as you know, specifically staff salaries, is one of the largest expenditures for the Board of Education each fiscal year. And for fiscal year 2024, the total proposed budgeted personal expenditures were 135.7 million, which is 61% of the total Board of Education proposed budget. The purpose of my payroll audit was to ensure the accuracy of employee payroll according to respective timesheets and other employment contractual agreements, to ensure that payroll payments are correct and made to proper employees, to ensure that all payments were to active employees and that terminated employees were properly coded as inactive and removed from payroll, and to review the adequacy of the internal control system. Internal audit reviewed the internal controls in place at the Board of Education. And it was noted through audit examinations that the Board of Ed has proper preventative controls in place. Overall, the internal controls reviewed were deemed to be effective at mitigating risks associated with payroll errors or other activities which could result in monetary losses to the Board of Education and the town. There were two audit findings of low risk included in the report. One was the payroll processing and procedure manual needed to be updated. And the second was there was a duplication of work efforts existing in the custodial weekly timesheet process. I had recommended that the manual timesheet process be eliminated, and also that previous recommendation that the payroll manual be updated. The department staff there at the Board of Education, they were very professional, knowledgeable, accommodating, and facilitated the audit process greatly. Do you have any questions on this particular audit?
So I read this,
Yes.
I was pleasantly surprised by it. And would you consider this, you do audits for the town hall? This seemed to be a pretty clean audit.
Yes, it was
Like,
very
for-
clean.
for Especially this level of dollars and number of employees.
Yes, they had very strong internal controls in place. When I went there, I did a questionnaire. I interviewed employees and staff there. I reviewed their processes and procedures, the internal controls that they had in place. I selected an audit sample. I traced it to their employees' contracts. I did not find any problems. It was very clean, and it was a quick and easy audit, actually.
Okay, and what payroll system do they use?
They use Munis.
And they have no problems using it?
No.
They have hourly employees?
Yes, their custodians, I believe, are hourly. Yes.
And they have no problem doing it?
They have weekly timesheets that they input in. Yeah, it's computerized. It's all computerized.
Oh, so they have no problem running Munis as their payroll system? Good to hear.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, just a quick one. I know we, fortunately, Ms. Laborious is leaving, and so, with the documentation of policies and procedures, I don't think she was directly responsible for payroll, but whenever we have turnover, that always seems to be a trigger for things slipping through the cracks. Did they, give any indication about when this was going to be updated, the written policies and procedures?
I believe at the time of audit, they were, after I had notified them that I was including this as a recommendation in the report and spoke to them, they had already started the process of
Excellent.
updating the manual. They had one in place. There were just some areas that needed to be updated because units had changed and upgrades had taken place.
Excellent. All right, thank you for that. Any other questions on this audit? All right.
Okay, I'll move to the next one. The next one was an audit involving inactivation of retirees and separated employees in Munis. And I conducted a review of town, Board of Education, and police and fire employees who were approved for retirement by the Employees Retirement Board and the Police and Fire Retirement Board. The audit covered all employees 100% who had retired from January 1st, 2023 through November 30th, 2024, 58 employees had retired during this time period. And the purpose of this audit was to ensure that all employees who were approved for retirement by the Employees Retirement Board and the Police and Fire Retirement were inactivated in munis and did not continue to improperly receive paychecks. As a result of audit test work, it was determined that town and police and fire employees at that time, there was a potential for incorrect payroll, God bless you, to be made to retired employees or other separated terminated employees, which may go undetected, thus resulting in monetary losses to the town. The current process of inactivating, terminating employees in Munis and Paycom by Human Resources needed to be strengthened. So I discussed these audit findings and recommendations with Resources and Town Management. And Human Resources has implemented a personnel action form through Paycom, the new payroll system, whereby now the supervisor will be responsible for notifying Human Resources for employee separation and terminations, which will prevent overpayments from happening in the future. There were other audit findings. Next one was, it was noted during audit examinations of monthly retirement board agendas for both employees and police and fire retirement boards, that they were often approving retirements of employees after the employee received their pension check. I had recommended that the applicable board review and approve the employee retirements prior to the issuance of the employee's first pension check.
Wait, how does that happen? Tell me how that happens. They have not been approved yet. Pension has not been approved by the board. We're paying them?
The pension check was paid to the.
That seems to be completely improper.
So, and you're, in my opinion, correct. My audit recommendation was that obviously the board review and approve the payment, review and approve the retirement, prior to the issuance of the pension check. The purpose of the pension board approval of the retirements is to ensure that all the retirements requests comply with the established rules and regulations of the pension, and to safeguard the financial stability of the pension fund, and to ensure that all individuals who put in requests for retirement meet the eligibility criteria regarding age, service, time, and type of pension before receiving benefits. So this was discussed at our monthly internal audit meeting, and it was decided that perhaps a special board meeting could be held prior to the employee receiving the benefit to remedy this situation. And it was sometimes, per Human Resource, it was not always possible due to timing of board meetings and the date the bank needed to be notified of the first pension check, et cetera. Next audit finding.
Patty, can you just go back for a minute? So, and I'm trying to remember this discussion from our audit subcommittee meeting, but the issue, as I recall, was that the timing of those pension board meetings. Correct. You know, by the time someone notified, they have to collect their first check within, what, 30 days, or I don't know, they have to
Notify 30 days prior to.
30 days prior. And then there's a time period before the board, there's a time period to get the information to the bank, et cetera, get the pension check set up. And if the board meeting didn't happen in the right period, then the solution was to just go ahead and pay rather than, you know, change the dates of the board meetings or have a special board meeting. So the solution is to.
Well, we were discussing this. We thought that perhaps we could hold a special board meeting prior.
And so does the pension board, so the pension board's aware of the recommendation. Are they changing their schedule, or are they now doing special meetings? What are they, has this been fixed?
They are aware of it, but I'm not sure if they have conducted special meetings yet. Maybe Mr. Harris.
I'm on the JRIB board.
Okay.
One of the things that's being looked at is to establish a committee that could, with a few people who could address the issue on a timely basis. That has not been resolved yet. We have had some discussions with the town attorney. He wants to be certain that we would be in compliance with the charter.
Now, are you trying to say a special committee of like three of you could make these decisions and
Well,
not?
that's, we don't know. That's- We're consulting with the town attorney. So as to what might be, if we cannot have a special meeting, then we make the decision with a committee. I mean, the desire would be to have a full board meeting. But, you know, if you're not able to get enough people for a quorum, you know, we could, there's a committee possibly to make the decision. But that's just a discussion. There's been no decision of it.
How often does the board meet?
The JROC meetings, and I've been here 6 months and now we've had 2 meetings and there's another, next month, I think, so. Quarterly, I guess, roughly quarterly.
Why wouldn't there be one once a month?
I don't know, that's, you know, I'm starting new to the process. And I assume it could have a monthly meeting, but some of these boards they have quite a few members, so. But I guess historically it's been quarterly.
Well, it's like we have meetings scheduled. And there are times where your woman says there's nothing on the agenda, so she's canceling the meeting. And it would seem like you guys should have a joint meeting every month. And if there's nothing, there's no retirements, there's nothing going on, cancel the meeting.
Yeah, it's possible. The chair is looking at this. I mean, he was not aware of the issue with the timely requirement to approve payments for some of these things. So it is something he's aware of and is looking at.
It's just, it's a problem. This is like a serious problem. It'd be like, you know, administration spending money that this board was supposed to approve. Saying, I think I'm gonna get their approval. And also now the money's spent. It's completely improper.
Yeah, but I don't disagree, but
Okay. You report back to us once your board gets a handle on it. I prefer not to have to wait until the audit's done. This is being
sure.
Another finding, this involves Board of Education. A review of a final paycheck of a Board of Education certified administrator revealed that a formal summary of benefits document for non-union, non-certified administrators does not exist. It could not be determined if the number of vacation days paid to the employee prior to separation with the Board of Ed was correct, as nothing in writing existed. Verify the entitlement of benefits. Purpose of maintaining a written summary of benefits is to formally document all benefits associated with these positions. So I recommended that the Board of Ed create and formally adopt a written summary of benefits document and distribute it to all non-certified administrators for their understanding and knowledge. Spoke to Board of Education yesterday. They agreed that they would definitely prepare a written summary of benefits for these positions. All the other positions are union and contractual. This particular person did not have summary of benefits. I gave them the town of Fairfield summary of benefits as a guide to use, you know, so they could use that as a stepping stone to help them write their own. And they agreed and they would do that for the town. Any other questions on this audit report?
in detail. Obviously found that were properly paid on tickets.
Yes.
And what was covered and what was not. That was kind of shocking to read about that, like how that actually happens. Now, we have our HR department here, and we're gonna talk to them about the same thing. But it seemed shocking.
Well, at the time, we were utilizing the Munis payroll system. And at the time, the termination, the supervisors were not always behind human resources. The employee was terminating. For some reason, the employee was not being inactivated in the Munis payroll system. So as a result, someone is not inactivated in the payroll system, the check will continue to be processed. So one particular employee, however, did come in and she paid us back for the payment. The other employees, we were able to funds through ACH reversals with the bank. Other employees that the town is aware of that were overpaid. I did speak to Ms. Simpson regarding this, and there were other issues involved with these employees. So give that to Ms. Simpson if she wants to respond in greater detail regarding those issues.
Honey, you remind us, so you looked at a 2-year period here. First of all, I would say, I think the audit subcommittee was also shocked and disturbed.
That's great.
Yeah. Because this is just bread and butter, you know, like this can't happen. And several of the ones that were identified because employees came forward. Luckily. So, the period that you covered was what period?
It was from January 1, 2023 through November 30th, 2020. So approximately.
Okay, so 2 years. And have you done this type of audit before?
No.
Okay. And I don't remember if I asked this during the audit committee meeting, but so you looked at people who were terminated during that period. Have you ever done, or has anybody done a 100% verification to make sure we don't have any ghost employees on the payroll?
Well, at the time when I did this audit, I expanded the scope of the audit and I looked at employees, active employees who just separated employment with the town. I did a search in Munis and did not find any other additional.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing this wasn't a new issue, you know, it was. But yeah, it was disturbing. So, and I appreciate our HR department coming. One of the things that and I know that they had provided a response to your audit report, but given that we just transitioned to a new system in town, thought it would be helpful to understand how the new system was going to work and what additional controls were going to be put in place specifically to address this issue. So Kathleen and Peter, I don't know if you want to look at that now, or does that make sense? Are you done with, Connie, are you done with this report?
Yes, if there's no more questions.
It says on page 5, bottom, towards the bottom, in audit procedures, speaks about 2 employees, 1 town employee and 1 big department. It talks about the net payroll error of 6,111. Says these employees did not reimburse the town for the balance of the payroll overpayment. They refused.
Well, at that time, they did not refuse, but I believe the Human Resources was working with some of these to recoup and for discussions with Human Resources, there were also issues involved and so on and so forth. From my understanding that they are working employees and the unions to recoup that money back.
Oh, so it's unresolved.
I believe so at this point. I'll let Ms. Simpson verify that.
Let's talk about your audit recommendations for this. What's the recommendation? You just go through that.
So at the time, I had recommended prompt entry of the employee termination separation date into Munis and Paycom, newly outsourced payroll process, by a designated employee within the Human Resources. Termination, separation of employees should be entered into Munis by Human Resources upon receipt of notification of the employee's last day of work. I also had recommended implementation and utilization of an employee termination separation checklist by Human Resources. I had created a sample employee separation checklist for them to use who chose to do so. So this way they knew what they needed to do. Notify. So there's many factors come into play when employee leaves service with the town, termination of email access, computer access, passwords, car keys, keys to the building, all that.
Passwords.
And I had recommended that. And however, Human Resources with the new Paycom system is now implementing a personal action form, which will take the place of a paper separate checklist. That
I don't know, surprised it hasn't existed. Your own company, like a separations team. Well, every time someone gets separated, voluntary or 12 of it's up. His role. The council is just to make sure that I don't know of a problem. Why we can't fire them. Okay, because maybe I know of someone's made an allegation against someone has a drug or alcohol problem. There could be a load of issues. But there's people who handle stuff in HR, there's people who turn off access as they're being fired. While that is going on, while that separation is happening, or right after if they quit. But there's like 12 people that need to get that same notification of this employee and the reason for the termination.
they needed a sound process and procedure to follow every time so that we are ensured that the employee is properly terminated, that no future paychecks are processed, and that proper terminations of systems.
All software,
happen.
emails,
Right.
all that stuff just
Yeah,
terminates.
if they have
Insurance
keys,
spend.
if they have a laptop,
Exactly.
if they have,
Yes.
you
How they're
know,
getting
cell
their last- how
phone.
they're getting their last check, you know, all this stuff.
Yeah, so that,
Town credit card.
Yep,
yes.
credit card.
yeah, that's why I thought it would be helpful to have HR, because this is one of the, you know, I think one of the things we struggle with when we hear these audit recommendations is trying to understand the root cause and what went wrong. And so, you know, is it an issue of HR's not being notified? Like, let's just say you have a person who quits on the spot on Friday, you know, and their paychecks are, you know, is HR not being notified timely? Were they notified timely, but something fell through the cracks? Is it a variety of situations? But there are legs to this, as we just said. There are, you know, when someone leaves employment, we have all these disparate systems and processes, and there hasn't ever been a way to make sure that all the right things happen. I mean, I think sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. We talked about cell phones, one of our previous meetings where we had things that, you know, keys, you know, passcodes being, all that sort of thing. So, you know, a checklist is great. I think an automated workflow system like we have with Paycom is better, especially since we do have a lot of, you know, particularly in the summer, temps and seasonal people and all this kind of stuff. So I know
On terminations that we're doing, I don't understand how HR is not brought into that proactively before it actually happens. That they know what's happening.
yeah, well, that's the, you know, that's the issue. So if you have someone, you know, in a department, and let's just say it's a temporary or seasonal employee who's just not going to be replaced and no job listing is required, if a notification's not being made, then this could happen. Or a notification's being made and somebody doesn't enter it. So that's what we were trying to get to, is to try and understand that. So I think it would be helpful to maybe look at, I think one of the things that HR tried to lay out is, in terms of the new system, is how this is going to work. There's a specific section in this other document with the offboarding process. And Kathleen and Peter, I think, you know, this is probably the right time. You want to,
Could I ask a
Yeah.
question? I mean, maybe this is,
well, why don't you guys come
yeah,
up?
maybe this is to HR too.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, whoever, better position to answer it can go ahead. I'm just wanting to understand, process wise, so we're talking, I mean, obviously something needs to be in place when somebody gets terminated. But can you explain what happens in terms of approving the payroll? And, like, for example, is it all going through one central, HR, or do department heads have any, for example, biweekly responsibilities to approve payroll? Like, for example, in my little company, I approve every payroll. So, and obviously I know everybody who's being paid, but, is it something where, once you're in the system, it's centralized? Okay, so the department heads don't.
Yes, at the time of audit, this was primarily Munis,
Yeah.
pre-Paycom. And yes, if an employee was not directly inactivated in the Munis payroll system, it automatically went to the payroll department and the person receiving a paycheck.
But the inactive, the assumption is that the department head would deactivate them?
At that time, it always happened through human resources.
Got it. Thanks.
Couple things might be helpful with Munis, and just so we're clear, part of that is a different Munis system. It's split years ago, and they kept up their platforms and their programming, and the town did not. So we're different. So when we're comparing Munis BOE and Munis Town of Fairfield, it's apples and oranges. So the other thing is that one of the things about Munis is that it pays by exception. It's a huge problem because when you pay by exception and not when people actually work, when you're not right now, because we didn't have time and attendance in Munis. So if people, so what happens now is that a supervisor has to approve the time. People have to punch in, punch out, they're hourly employees, and the supervisor has to approve that time to make sure. So if people aren't punching in and out, they're not going to get paid. But the other piece is that emails are a terrible way to communicate anything about, resignation, retirements. We're going to know because people have to come in 30 days ahead. So we're going to know that. If we're terminating somebody because of misconduct or because of layoff, we know that, of course. One of the things that we also found out, there were some employees in finance who knew, and payroll, that knew they knew that someone was getting paid or we hadn't separated and they didn't tell us. So that was another problem, a lack of communication. So hopefully with the Paycom system, which is not outsourcing, it's new software. It's not like people are going in from other places and putting it in. We're still doing the onboarding, putting the things in. If someone changes, like, hey, I got married, HR is going to change that. Or, hey, I've had a baby. That's still going to happen. So in terms of having that control with HRIS, one of the problems too is that we're, working, Tom has worked really hard to bring together the payroll finance with the payroll HR. So these things aren't siloed because they really do go together. And since Tom has been on board, things are getting much more communicate better, and we're getting, even with Paycom or whatever system you have, if you don't have good communication and a good flow all the way through, it's a team effort. So I'm going to let Peter go through, if you don't mind, the PAF, if that makes a good segue for that, about how it's going to work, because it's not old fashioned. It's not an email. It's not a forum. It's actually something that will notify people automatically to do things. So.
The board has a hard copy of this, and for the public, this is documented. This is a supplemental document that was posted online.
When was this posted on?
What's that?
When was this posted online? Last night, I think, yesterday?
Yesterday, maybe? It's,
You know when we were notified about it? 'Cause I didn't see this last night.
yeah, so whenever we post backup in two pieces, I've always asked Jen to post the new piece as a separate document instead of revising the first one with a bunch of new page numbers. So if you click that section that says, whenever you see 4, you click that, there's usually another document attached. So I believe this came out yesterday morning or so.
Thereabouts. I know I gave it to Jen midday.
Okay, all right.
So
Anyway,
when she formally sent it, I don't.
okay, but I think this is where we should start. We're off-boarding PAF.
Something yesterday at 4:30.
4:30?
4:30.
Okay, all right. Do you want to take us through this?
Sure, we're gonna, so we're going specifically to slide 5 of the supplemental.
Yeah, I mean,
Over the, or do you want me to touch base on just the overall timelines for?
Let's go.
Well,
Okay, we'll go
What do you
straight to
think,
the
yeah,
PA.
what do you think? Like,
yeah, because this portion is responsive to the internal audit comments. So why don't we get through the internal audit piece and then we can go through the system as a whole. But yeah.
Excellent. So in September of 2024, Paycom had been given data, raw data at the beginning of, actually it was September 5th. Trust me, I remember. September 14th, 17th was actually in the slide prior. We started kicking off PAS process. You recognize all the points to reinforce what we heard. You know, communication is critical. It's important to have a good, effective workflow process because otherwise things will fall through the cracks. So we started the PAF process. And again, I know because I actually did the first one just to test the system, trust but verify. So if we look at slide 5, the process, and really what Paycom is starting to do with the cultural change is the concept of 2 things. Holding people accountable that have the information that needs to make sure it's shared, and then also ensuring that it's a self-service model to a degree. Instead of it all just being, in this particular case, being focused on the HR team responsibility. We've heard many times now in different meetings here, who knows first? Usually the supervisor will know. So that's where the accountability should start. So if we look on the upper left-hand side, they would submit this PAF process. They would include the required information, and we've set that all up so that people understand the basic points that we're going to need to know. It flows directly into HR through the Paycom system. There is where we have our HR analyst would focus on that. She would look at the PAF. She would ensure that if there's any questions, she could go back or, you know, just make sure that there's sort of the preliminary eyes on the document and ensure. And again, as referenced even earlier tonight, like, is there something we know about this employee that may not be public knowledge and we need to be careful about certain things. So if there are any questions, loop back up to the supervisor to get clarity, et cetera. But otherwise, if it's approved, and really there's a collaboration. I participate, to be honest, at this stage because we would have what's going on. I just want to have an extra set of eyes on
well,
it.
it's also new, so we want to make sure it works well.
Exactly. Yeah, trust but verify. We're very much it.
Good.
So if it's approved, what then happens is literally a button is submitted and it flows exactly as was recommended or discussed earlier. We understand the importance of getting that message out to all the key stakeholders across the town. So if you follow the blue line over to the right-hand side, that whole side is the notification. You literally all just said in this room, it's keys, you know, make sure facilities management knows we got to collect the key. IT, shut off systems, IT, collect assets, right? Some people have laptops, cell phones, et cetera, et cetera. Who else? We have benefits manager, initiate and process all through those offboarding. Purchasing for the credit card. Do we know if they have a credit card or not? Really, purchasing is the accountable party there, et cetera, et cetera. So
The other piece that Megan brought out is Milliman, they're administrating the pension lease for the town now. We're still getting to the police and fire. But Milliman's gonna need to know before those. So we put a little sub thing about the vendors being, any vendor that needs to know that would be Milliman. If someone's leaving.
It's actually even broader now, right?
Right.
There's been formalizing or finalizing Mission Square for some of the retirement elements. The other vendors was, you know, Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. Now we're
Now
talking
Cigna.
about Cigna. So literally the broadcast goes out instantaneously, as you would expect in any system. All the right parties are notified. We ask them, you own that space. We want you to be accountable for ensuring you're protecting the town and mitigating whatever risk it is and supporting the employee. Because that's also part of it. Timeliness in an offboarding process isn't just about the town. It's also about the experience for the employees going through a very significant transition. What does it mean for benefits? We talked earlier about, we have a great benefits summary. Apparently Board of Ed would be interested in doing something, or it's recommended they do something similar. Those are the kind of things that we want to make sure the employee has access to as quickly as reasonable. And then finally, but also very important, is that same button instantly updates Paycom, and that shuts off the employee. So it's a best practice, put it that way.
And you, Ms. Simpson, you said munis would pay by exception, meaning, just explain that.
what munis would do is that your salary there wasn't done by the hour. There was no time and attendance. It just went in as your salary for the week. So for instance, what would happen sometimes if someone didn't catch that someone was on vacation or out sick and didn't do that, they would just pay them and then you'd have to go recoup it back or get the days back because it didn't do it timely. You basically, it's not good for under the Department of Labor laws either to pay by exception. You want to get people paid for the actual time they're working. And the other piece that is going to be huge is that under Department of Labor law, yeah, you don't have, it's not a law that says you have to punch it in and out, but there is a law, you have to have accurate timesheets. And if you don't have accurate timesheets, this has happened to some businesses that I know of, or that, you know, you're not having people with a system of showing their actual time work, hourly workers. And they come back and they go to the DOL, said, I worked overtime for 2 years. Well, yeah, we got to prove that, right? Okay, they come in, they go, hey, Kathleen, I want to see your time and attendance records. And I'm like, here they are. They go, well, what does it show the hours? And I said, well, they didn't work overtime. I know they didn't. Well, you have nothing to show that, which could lead the town or anyone who doesn't have accurate records to double. It could be fines and it's problems. So that's the other thing about the munis system. It didn't have that ability to show actual time, you know, and verify that. So that's another relief with the lack of exception. Now I understand the Board of Ed can do that with their system. Our system had a lot of problems with being updated with platforms and.
So we were in an older version of Munis?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, and it was one of those things where we weren't using or we weren't engaging or adding on.
I know we weren't fully utilizing the
Yeah.
functionality.
Exactly.
Can I ask a follow-up on, so just understanding the process and understanding how this is going to address some of the audit concerns. So once the notification goes out, how does it go out? Does it go out via email or within?
Oh, no, it's within the system.
Well, for these stakeholders, it's still an email, but it's a very simple, it gets your attention kind of an email.
Yeah.
And they get a notification. Right now it's set up that way. It's ideally going to be actually set up so that then it's even a systemic update where it goes into their Paycom view, alerts them. But for now, we do want to make sure we get an instantaneous blast to all the right stakeholders.
So it sends out the notification, then it shuts the employee down, okay? Is there, what is the workflow where all these colors on the right get completed? So
Those are for their areas of responsibility. So finance, I didn't, finance gets the same notification. I hold it, I'll personalize it, that finance will say, oh, so-and-so is terminating. I have an area of responsibility I need to address. IT, same and similar. That IT department must have a listing of assets. They must have a listing of, obviously, control and organizing
Well, I
all the
think you're
systems
right. I think what
access.
I'm asking
You need to
more
know that-
basic. Is there like a status for the employee? Has this?
No, I think that's a good point. That's a good point to make because probably should be something that says you need to respond what you've done.
Well, this is an entire workflow that you're creating, but then there has to be a status and saying
And
that
they
it's
can go-
completed.
Who cares? I'm not gonna get the credit card, or I don't, or I don't have time. And so I think that it's important to have like a ding back, like check the box kind of thing. That's a good.
Oh, I'm asking.
No, but I think what you're saying that.
Yeah, that's important. It is
That's
important.
a good point because I don't have control running after them. That means I'd have to HR then be running around with, hey, did you do this? Did you do this? Did you do this? Right?
Well, yeah, absolutely, because otherwise you're just notifying people in the same way.
No, it's not, I'm not saying that's fair. We can't do it. It's not gonna happen. To expect HR to be running around to get keys and all that stuff, it's not gonna happen. This is try to avoid it. But then I'm saying that what is their responsibility to report back that they did it? So I'm just.
Well, yeah, let me just, because I was gonna say the same thing. You said email is a terrible way to communicate and somebody might have sent you an email, but it gets lost or you see it and then you forget it and it gets buried behind 20 other emails. I could very easily see that happening to Dave Kelly. Okay, so-and-so in some department quit. And if they don't do it instantly, they
She did
forget.
really good about that.
Yeah, well, I'm not picking on it. I'm just saying, as an example, Dave's got a long list of things here, email, cell phones, laptops.
Yeah.
Printers, applications, system access, whatever, remote access to systems. So logins, all this stuff. So there's a bunch of things that the notification is clearly critical. And I agree, you can't do all those things. And there has to be accountability for the people that are in charge of those functions. But it does seem like there should be a way to close the loop to make sure these things are actually occurring.
The other
Because
thing,
if
yeah,
not, I
yeah.
can definitely see a situation where, you know,
The employee will be cut off, but they still have a credit card or they
Well,
have keys or
the
something.
we're gonna-
notification is automated, but nothing else is. Then you're just, again, relying on
And
everybody.
I also say too, that HR is gonna know, if when you retire, we know to get the stuff well in advance. We'll say, this person's leaving, so that's easy. I'm terminating someone, I'm walking them out the door, we're gonna get their keys and all that stuff too. That's, you know, that's gonna happen. It's the ones like, you know, like you said, someone says, hey, I'm gonna go, it's usually seasonals. It's like, they're like, hey, my parents wanna take me to Nantucket, so I'm leaving early, you know, I'm leaving today. So, you know, they've got 400 seasonals and trying to, you know, check all that. And then I don't think they're gonna have a credit card or a laptop, but, you know, but that's the kind of thing where someone just say, I'm quitting, or I have to leave unexpectedly. And they walk out. So that's where that would be critical. And I think that that's what the good part about this is that something else to add to the flow.
Well, that would be a good thing to look at. I mean, and this is more for Connie and Tom, but just to make sure that there's a mechanism there that these departments are, you know, I'm not sure if it's training. I'm sure they know what they have to do because they do this all the time with terminated employees, but just to make sure that things don't get lost once the communication.
Right, and I think that there might be a way within the system to go back. There might be something, but we'll follow up with Paycom.
Yeah.
We do need to have a session to communicate with department heads, give us some training, so that they are familiar with the system. The actions, I mean, they are familiar with the things they need to do.
Right, but there may be some
Some
policy
policy.
thing, you know, like didn't you just change the policy about cell phones, you know? This may give rise to some policy changes in how we handle some of these things as well, right? So, okay. Yes.
Yeah, just in terms, I agree with all of that closed loop. You know, we've got it. It's one thing to alert these people, but emails can get lost. And I understand the point that HR can't own all of these sub processes from the other departments. However, I do think that HR should own the receipt of those closed loop communications so that somebody in your department is responsible for making sure that this has gone full circle and
Yeah,
is that gonna
I
happen?
agree. Yeah, and I think that that's what we're in a way. And I think when you're offboarding someone, like the old fashioned way, you check all the boxes and you gotta sign the thing and they come and they, you know, and let's face it, we didn't give out a lot of equipment, you know, no one, you know, it was easier because it's like you're leaving. Maybe give me your key, but, I think that like, and we don't have like a fob system where if someone didn't bring back their key card, you could cut them off anyway, like an ID or something. So, yeah, I think that 100%. And that way there's something that we have a record that they returned it in the system. So if there's an accounting, hey, we're missing, you know, 10 laptops, what happened? And we find out that 10 employees had them and we didn't get them back. That would be important to know where that fell apart. So.
Mr. Walsh.
So what is the response? You get a response back then? What I was expecting is that all these departments would then respond to what they did and would come back to you guys to keep that permanent record for the town. So is there another section that I'm not?
That's what we're gonna look
No,
at.
that's what we just talked about.
Okay, so you're gonna look
Building that out.
Yeah,
Is it not available right now?
So is this in place
Not
yet?
sure.
this is in place.
This
Yeah.
is in place, not the closed loop.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did this get implemented?
September.
Okay, so this was in phase one. Gotcha. Okay. All right, and your audit covered periods prior to that.
Well, I believe it was through November 24, but perhaps some of these employees who had gotten paid were prior to the
Okay.
personal action.
Yeah, that would be helpful to you. Was there any that, any of those employees that happened under the new system or?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. That's good. Other questions on this?
On this PAF?
Yeah, just this section of the internal audit. Mr. Myers?
I have a question in terms of when we were talking about ghost employees. When we did the initial input into this new system, did we have every individual employee re-enter their information into the system as if they were new employees? Or did we import data that was in Munis, in which case we could have possibly imported ghost employees?
There was no, we did not import, we verified all the data. We had to clean up data. And,
Good.
you know, so there's a lot of bad data in Munis, because of years of whatever, putting wrong titles. So we had to not only go through it was like a survey, basically going through the employee and the supervisor. Because one thing that's great about having the system at Paycom, it has the org chart. So everybody who's in there punching in and out or putting their time in has to respond. There's like a chain where that person has to tie to an approver if you were.
Supervisors.
So the idea of the, you know, of ghost employees on hanging around, one thing too is that we learned when Peter and I first came on board, a lot of employees, seasonals weren't inactivated. They weren't being paid, but they weren't inactivated because they just, you know, they're gone. So.
Might come back, so they just left.
Right. But now we have a process, and Peter started right away, so if they didn't get paid within a certain time frame, I'm cutting them off anyway in Munis. Now what we do is we know we can inactivate them, and then when they come back, we can reactivate them. So it's a much easier process as opposed to starting all over again, we're putting other stuff in, so. But that's, to your point, yes, that was painstaking, but it was a good exercise to clean up data.
And I don't know that we talked about this at the audit committee. What is the process for checking whether all this is working? Because it should be done within the year, it should be done next year.
Yeah.
Immediately, like, you know, just get right on it. Connie should have to go back.
Yeah.
And she can check on all these processes and then do a report on, we will have 100%.
Agreed. And I think we did talk about that, but one of the things, you know, whenever you put in a new system in place, there should always be a post-implementation audit. And the other thing that we talked about as a committee, and John Matola's not here, but we discussed this with Tom too, was having our external auditor also look at and help document some of the policies and procedures in a variety of areas. But payroll obviously is one of our largest expenses. We've got a new system in place, and so fully agree with what you said, Jim. That would be, you know, that is the right time to do it. You want to do it before, or you want to do it after?
What's the process when someone is being terminated? Then I'm not seeing it in a box specifically on the right-hand side of this process. For if a supervisor lets somebody go, but that employee should really not be being terminated because they filed a sexual harassment case against the supervisor who just fired them.
Okay,
Or they've taken advantage of our programs for alcohol and drug abuse, and therefore they shouldn't be being terminated because we're working through their problems. Like, what's the process for that? Is that the decision by the human resource analyst? It's just not listed?
No, it's
there?
called due process rights, Loudermill rights, and no one can terminate an employee without just cause, and there's also contractual. We've had several investigations since I've been there, and the supervisors authorized to make a decision like that without human resources, and we have to have a full investigation, as you know, and generally keep them in-house. Sometimes we had to outsource them. And then we have something called a Loudermill due process, which is a right if you're in any kind of discipline, which includes suspension, demotion, or termination, requires a due process hearing. And we have a full hearing with a charge letter, the union's involved, and then they can respond to the charges, and a decision is made whether or not to terminate them. Oftentimes, if it's a high-level misconduct allegation is so egregious that it could be harmful to the public or to others if it's true, we put them on administrative leave of pay, and we take their access away, we get their keys. So oftentimes at that level, we've already got their stuff back, if you will, their access cut off. So they're an employee, if the supervisor would not be able to terminate. And also a supervisor wouldn't have doesn't have hiring authority, only department heads, managers do, so.
this little conflict to what Connie said, because I thought that people were being let go. Human resources didn't even know that they were being let go, and therefore they continue to get paid, correct?
They were terminated.
They were resigned.
They were disciplined.
They resigned.
These are people
Yes.
that resigned.
Yes, they were not
So these were all
terminated.
voluntary.
Correct.
They weren't involuntary. Okay. So you know about every involuntary.
We should.
You should or you do?
We do, okay,
100% do you know that?
100%.
Yes.
To my knowledge, yes. Yes, 100%.
Can you test that next year?
We can test it today.
Okay.
You can look at my investigations and see what the outcomes are too, in our tracking system for that.
So it's only the ones that Connie found were voluntary terminations that the supervisors weren't telling you about.
No, one was, that this person did get resigned, voluntary, she resigned. And they did not put her in the system. And that was definitely a problem. It should have been put in by HR. But the other piece that was interesting is that payroll members and finance knew about it and chose to look the other way as well. So that was a little bit of a problem there. Because I think that, again, it's a team effort. If someone sees something, they know it. But it shouldn't happen. I'm not blaming. It should not happen. Especially if we know about it, there's an agreement that someone's going to resign. We have an agreement. That happens a lot. Hey, we're in lieu of termination. There's an agreement. You're going to leave. You're out the door today or whatever date it is. So.
Mr.
The
Meyer?
unemployment form, is that, I don't see it specifically listed, but is that would be on the benefits manager? Who's gonna give the actual unemployment package that you have to give for the state of?
Do you mind if we have a whole separate agenda item for that I want to dive into and that also had some follow-ups from our last meeting. So
Sure.
yes, definitely want to do that. Mr. Walsh?
So first of all, just diving back in, because I want to give you a chance to respond to Connie's audit findings. How is it that you guys are paying or directing pensions to be paid without the pension board member?
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because first of all, there's been some misunderstanding, I think, a lack of understanding about how things work. First of all, JRIB does not control pension or approve them. It's the board, there's two different pension boards. JRIB does the investment piece and the town pension board handles town employees. And also Board of Ed has under CVAC, the teachers going to the state pension system. So that's not even a factor for the Board of Ed, lucky them, and we don't have to. We get the parents, the custodians. And one thing, all the Board of Ed employees, except for the administrators, are hourly. So I just think there's some confusion. They're not exempt.
Okay, so there's other,
anyway.
it's not the J,
Right, but I wanted just to, so then they come to us and under the CBAs, which supersede there's a plan rule, right? There's a plan rule that you have to have this approval, which is pretty much rubber stamping that I don't know. Again, there's a calculation there. Milliman's doing the calculations for the town employees. Pretty soon we'll be doing them for the fire and police. They do the calculations and then the person says, I want to retire this date, my contract right. And we say, oh no, you got to wait for the board to approve. The contract prevails. There's nothing in there that says that. So you got CBA language that supersedes a pension rule because our restatement says contracts supersede. They don't any of the other rules. So the contract rules. The other thing is that we're having our attorney Floyd Dubus is looking at this with Laura from Milliman. She wrote a draft letter about this rule about the having to have the approval first with Milliman. Before the person can take their pension. So if we say no, you got to have a quorum first. We will be violating not only public CBAs, but also violating people's rights to be allowed to take their pension when they want to take their to retire. So Floyd Dugas is looking at it as far as from that point of view, and also he has other boards that he has that have this they kind of call it an archaic old fashioned rule. A lot of municipalities don't do this anymore. And Laura is putting together a letter, so I think we can do more on that. And I'm not allowing, we're trying to make sure people, we follow the CBAs, we're trying to make sure, and I think that was lacking in the audit, a lot of that, all the other factors that go into it, and I understand it, but it's not as simple as like, oh, you're violating the law, you're making people go out there
So
and then
this-
be getting
Do you
paid.
mind if I just summarize?
Okay.
So we're obligated, if somebody gives proper notice,
Right.
we're obligated to make their pension payments.
Yeah.
When we're obligated to make it
Right.
contractually.
Right.
It's our problem, ours meaning the
Right.
towns, or it's our responsibility to make sure that if we require an approval,
Right.
that meetings are set up to approve in time to do that.
100%.
Not the other way around, not it's like, well, our
Right.
meeting schedule doesn't allow it, so
Right.
you can't get paid.
No, I don't think that's,
So I think what Tom
yeah.
told us is
Yeah.
that what's being looked at is the mechanism to revise the meeting
Mm-hmm.
schedule so that we can approve timely,
Right.
to not interfere with that
Right, but I
process.
think that's not an HR, it's not something we can control. We try to get people, we can't force people to have a quorum. It's got to be the town and the fire and police. So it's two different. And I think that Tom's right. I don't know if we can do it by committee, but I'm trying not, I mean, look, I'll take responsibility. I'll take my fault where I can take it, but I can't control a board's meetings and I can't. And I know Laura from Milliman is also trying to help with this as well. Because they have the obligation now to get that payment out when they get the notice.
Can I just ask one more? And Jim, the one thing that Connie said is, part of the approval that the board does, if they're gonna review eligibility or what, like, that's Milliman, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they are ultimately, they're looking at years of service, they're doing a calculation and making sure that this person is eligible to retire, they vested, and the calculation is done in accordance with the plan and whatever. So the boards, I mean, we have an approval process for
Right.
whatever reason, we have an approval process and
It-
we have to abide by that, but I guess.
Is that this is like a naive question, so forgive me. Is what the board doing something that they're required to do by charter or is it their own internal policy? Like,
Yeah.
can we just get rid of their approval?
Do you?
It's
Know that?
Well, I just don't understand how, if the board then determines that they did not qualify for whatever reason that is, and that could be someone left our employment and then there was an internal between HR and a first selectman in the past agreement that they could come back and we'd have it continuous. But the board says, no way, we're not doing it. We don't agree with it, that we're not being held to that standard.
Are you talking about
Then-
pension enhancements? 'Cause
Yeah,
we don't
pension
do that.
enhancements or
We don't do
for
pension.
whatever reason, they found somebody didn't qualify.
Okay,
Then now what's the process?
well, the qualifications are this years and age and what's in their contract. And then we have something called the restatement, which we're supposed to do every 6 years, which wasn't done for over 20. And then we're still working with the police and fire. And so you have those, and then the collective bargaining, depending upon it will trump whatever, if there's a contradiction or a less benefit. So I don't know, the pension board, that they get the calculations, I don't know that they're auditing them. That they're not, I don't believe they're auditing them to make sure, that Megan or Milliman will provide, hey, this is what they have, years of service, this is what the calculation is based on their age and their years of service and the contract. Here's what it is. The only time that I've seen it come up, of course, is with disability retirements. Then it becomes more of almost like a hearing. Sometimes it can be. There has been a situation, I know that, the Board of Ed, there was a calculation being used where, they had to go back and correct it because Connie did an audit, Megan was like fine with it, and then the Board of Ed attorneys, except for some of the paras, said, no, you should be doing it this way. Even though we had vetted it, we went through our lawyers and went through our pensions people, but, so we went back and the board can go back and have those recalculations. Luckily to this, it was to the employee's benefit. Not that I'm saying that that's an ideal, but
So it's not perfunctory. They actually sometimes alter the decision. Okay. Well,
even if they find out, like, they can go back with disability retirements and find out that maybe someone received them fraudulently and bring them back and so they have some of those powers.
but in every case, like the benefit determinations be made by a third-party administrator. and then it's going to the, I don't know which board.
Well, the benefits piece for the medical still stays with HR because that's under our, they're still under our policy there.
Like disability.
Calculation, right, the calculation and all the medical insurance and, but the calculation for the pension rests with Milliman now for the town of Fairfield, employees. We are moving towards the police and fire, taken much longer than we thought. It's been supposed to be 6 months when I started, now it's been 3 years, so.
But I think to Shane's point, it's not, the review may seem perfunctory when everything is
Yes.
fine, but it may not be in some situations. And so there's a reason that these boards are required to approve
They
things.
would have caught it though, that one. They
Well,
would have
but
caught it. I'm just saying, no, I'm
regardless,
sorry, they wouldn't have caught that one that I get example.
The
of.
point is that we're not just gonna throw away the approval process and leave everything to Milliman. They're supposed to approve, they're required to approve. And we have to make sure we have a process in place where they can do the approvals timely so that we can pay in accordance with the terms of.
Right, because we'll
Plan.
have a whole lot of risk and liability if we don't.
Right.
Do it on time. So I think that's more of a situation for the boards, the two boards, not the JRIB. Just want to make it clear.
Understood. Okay.
What's the typical notice period a retiree has to give you, in these CBs? Is
30 days.
So it doesn't seem like a lot. I mean, you gotta,
Contractual though.
I just think it's a lot. You gotta get it to the Milliman and you gotta schedule a board. I mean,
It's contractual. It's also in the plan. And I think I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because I know that when I went for the state, they require much longer. Also, you want to plan, and I know, with teachers, they don't allow it because you just can't walk off in August and say, I'll see you. I'm not coming back again, retiring.
but it is good to hear that, most cases, it will be whatever the result is from Milliman or whoever's calculating, it's gonna be right. It would be kind of an exception or that there's something would be overturned by the
Right.
by the board, but.
I mean, something might happen like that's one case where there was a process, someone challenged it. And there was a decision by the union and the paras, we don't get involved, that they're gonna do it another way, so. It wasn't a big amount, but we had to go back and it was corrected, but that was something no one would have caught. Anyway, because we were using a calculation that everyone thought was vetted right, but.
All right, we should probably move on. Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, so, I just have a couple more questions. So how is there not a PAF prior to September of 2020? I mean, you've been here for multiple.
Well, I've been here 3 years, so I've been through
So.
the tail end of, record cup checks and the beginning of.
Okay, so how was it that there was no PAF?
Well, the PAF form, there was a system. I mean, we would let Dave Kelly know when someone leaves, we would let him know to cut him off. I mean, it was informal, but we did it. It wasn't
Then a knock on Dave's door and
No.
say,
no,
Yep.
sent an email to Dave.
okay,
And I
that worked really well?
It did with him. He's good. And then also we'd make sure that at supervisors, we'd say, if I didn't know someone had a credit card, I wouldn't know. Oftentimes people will give someone a credit card. They're here, they're not they'll give a credit card. Credit card might be a bad example, but I'm gonna give you a credit card a year in because I need, whatever. That is done between purchasing and the supervisor and the individual. And there should be a system where that then goes into, we'll have it in a Paycom. So if you're gonna give someone something, you have to load that in there. Same with the key. I may not be giving a key to an employee when they first start. As they go along, they might be giving them keys to things. Unfortunately, we don't have fobs. We can turn things on and off to get into buildings. We have old fashioned keys. So if someone gets a key,
Why is that?
I don't know, I agree.
I mean, you have this technology security system outside your door. You can't get into your department except you're filmed, you ring a doorbell and you get permission to come in.
Great.
But we can't get two fob things at the end of the hallway.
That's not my call. That's another department. I'm not in charge of security, but I agree.
You got security at your place, right?
Because I think it's really important, because I don't know if you know with workplace violence and what happened with HR places, I'm not gonna risk that. And also, we are Fort Knox with the information we have in our files between, it's a risk thing. We've got social security numbers, birth, passport pictures, for
Driver's license.
driver's license. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't think.
Benefits data.
And even
Okay,
so-
all right, and I get it. I think that's a different discussion, our building security, and if.
I
we
would
want
love
to
more
create that,
security for the town. Yes, I would.
First. The first select was supposed to go and shoot him anytime you want. I mean, the door's open, right? So, I mean, it's just, I don't understand, but whatever. So how's Paycom work?
Great. Or do we, we're gonna back up to the first few slides and have you guys take.
I wasn't sure if you were.
Yeah, no, there's no more questions on the audit, though. I just have one last thing on this workflow thing, vehicles. So we have we have a pool of vehicles that some employees use. I know with the EVs, I don't know if there's a code or whatever, like, who has responsibility for making sure that anybody who had access to a vehicle will no longer be able to just stride up, punch in and drive away with the town car?
I mean, you can talk to what's happening now, but we are in the process of updating the vehicle policy. And I think there are a couple of three wrongs to it. One is determining, the qualifications for being able to get a vehicle such as,
And I know that's a bigger topic. I'm just saying, on here, I don't see vehicles.
and that's
So
been,
does that have to be, who is in charge of our fleet that needs to know
That's a good question. I
that
think-
whoever had access to a vehicle and who had a code to get a vehicle can know,
I think that, and one thing, that's true, because you're going into
I'm just saying, does that have to be added here?
it should be.
All right,
yes.
let's just,
Okay.
I want to move
Okay.
on, but let's just say that, I don't know who's in charge of that.
I don't either, so.
I would think it would be the supervisor.
Well, no, it used to be.
Manager, maybe.
I mean, when we updated the fleet and we bought the EVs, I thought that was Tom Bremer's thing, and then Eli was somehow responsible, but somebody should. And this was only because we bought 15 new EVs that were being rotated among people who needed them. So these weren't take-home cars, these were just ones that, a building official might use or whatever. So I would just say, if we could add that here, so whoever is in charge of that, there needs to be a mechanism that access also is cut off. Otherwise, I can see that.
Go driven away in the sunset.
Yeah, okay.
That same thing with cell phones?
Cell phones is already under there.
And Jerry, I just want to ask one quick question that Ms. Simpson brought up. So basically then even our salaried employees, so any salary employee, it's time and attendance, right? Is what you're saying, right?
Time and attendance, yes.
So you're keeping now detailed records with Paycom hours, right?
Yep.
Okay, so let me just pick an employee that I know works a lot of hours. Let's just pick Bill Hurley, who I see is light on all the time. I think the guy probably works 80 hours a week. Does he get overtime now? Or is he allowed to get?
He's an exempt employee, so exempt employees do not punch in, hourly employees punch in. Exempt employees who, under the FLSA, get salaries and they are supposed to work the hours, get the job done, but they also can flex their time. Like, for instance, if I'm here till midnight and I need to maybe I need to sleep until I, get to work at 8:30 instead of 8:00. Because I don't get overtime, but I can flex it somewhat. I mean, you can flex it a little bit. I don't, but you can. You can,
But they have to track their sick and vacation,
oh, yes, 100%.
especially because they get paid for that when they
Well,
leave.
they do, yes, but they also are expected to work 35 hours.
Right.
And that's expectation, except that they're not hourly in terms of overtime, in terms of punching.
Right, and
There are some PETA employees in the contract that get overtime with public works, the carve out there. They are going to sign in and out on those kinds of that's in the system. So, yes, you have hourly employees and you have non-exempt and exempt.
Let's say a secretary, she's not in salary because we see salaries, so we're thinking it's salary. So it's time and attendance. If she wants to work 10 hours a week, she can work 10 hours a week. She wants to work 70 hours a week, she can work 70 hours.
That would be an administrative assistant, that's the title of it series, and that they have 4 hours in their contract to work. They're hourly employees. They're they're non-exempt employees, which means they are entitled to overtime. Their contract, they're 4 hours, 8:30 to 4:30, and the only way to change it is a half an hour ahead or behind if their supervisor agrees. If they work a Saturday, there's a certain rule. If they work, they don't get to flex their hours.
They're told to get something done and they stay and
They get overtime.
they get over.
Or they can they can have the option for comp in their contract.
Connie, I can't wait to your next audit. You got a lot to cover.
Okay, well, this is the last,
It's gonna take you a
last
long
but
time.
not least. This is Board of Education.
Good, yeah.
Right, don't go away though, because we do want to go through the rest.
Audit
can't
Board
wait
of
to-
Education, expenditures in compliance with the town purchasing policy, which was approved by the Board of Finance in November 16th, 2023. Purpose of this audit was to ensure compliance with the town's newly adopted purchasing policy guidelines, to ensure that payments were made to vendors, that they were supported by proper documentation paid to the correct vendor for the correct dollar. Ensure that all payments made to vendors correspond to bid awards, RFP awards, sole source documents, as referenced on purchase orders or other documentation maintained in purchasing files, and to ensure that correct pricing was used by awarding. So it was noted during the course of the audit that settlement agreements pertaining to special education recipients are processed by the Board of Education Accounts Payable. Fiscal year 2022, approximately $1 million in settlement agreements processed and paid by the Board of Education. Backup documentation submitted to Accounts Payable to support these payments is simply an email from the Executive Secretary, Special Education, authorizing payment to a designated payee with a specific dollar amount. No other formal backup documentation was submitted. Given the magnitude of the dollar amount of settlement payments made, it was recommended that a formal supporting backup documentation other than an email exchange from the Special Ed Executive Secretary be submitted to Accounts Payable to support the settlement. They discussed this last night with Board of Education. They agreed wholeheartedly. We have now adopted a more formal document to report supervisory approval of the settlement. So at least now we have some documentation that shows someone up at the board. Audit finding 2, another vendor invoice examined during the audit for a school fire alarm renovation project, which included the furnishing and installation of a system in the amount of $63,000 and change. The invoice paid was paid on bid number 2022-136, which was a different bid, different project for low voltage preventative maintenance. It also required services to be billed by the vendor at a set hourly rate. This invoice, however, was for a different project and reflected a price for a lump sum payment. So it was recommended that the purchasing generate requests for pricing related to potential projects that fall outside the original scope of the bid award in future bid proposals. Instances where vendors must charge for work on projects that fall outside the bid award and do not directly agree with the specifications outlined in the bid should be documented, maintained in the bid filing, a reason why the deviation from the actual bid was allowed and finding 3.
What was the response? I think I don't recall where that ended up. Response on that?
Well, I did discuss this with the director of purchasing. The awarded vendor was used for timeliness, sometimes so to expedite the project. They were an awarded vendor for similar type of.
But I thought the finding was the invoice was attached to the wrong bid and it got through and got paid, even though it wasn't. No? Okay.
Well, they just piggybacked on a that pertain to a different project. Same vendor.
Well, isn't that the same thing though? So they didn't get a bid,
Correct.
but they attached an invoice to a bid that wasn't for the project that the invoice was for.
Correct.
Okay,
That is
that's not okay.
right. So I said if you deviate, the bid is for a specific project.
So they didn't go out to bid for this project.
Correct.
Yeah, because I remember when this came up during the audit committee meeting and I had a bad case of deja vu, I think I said, because this happened with the fill pile. That's
Yeah.
how we stuck through payments to, to take contaminated fill out of Owen Fish Pond by attaching an invoice to a bogus. And I didn't understand it then, and I don't understand now how,
Yeah, I think
That-
that time, that was the pink voucher.
well,
Was
regardless, I
exist,
mean,
yeah.
you know, when you have backup to pay something, here's a bid, here's an invoice, like maybe this one wasn't noticed because it was at the same vendor, but
It might have been.
yeah.
I think it was just to expedite the project. The vendor was the similar type of service, but not exactly.
So did we violate the bidding procedure? Is that it?
And I believe so, yes. The purchasing policy was not. So the next finding, review of purchasing bid archives as posted online, bid calculation sheets were not present. Awarded vendors were not present as well. I had recommended that the purchasing bid archives, which are located on the town website, contain all the relevant bid for outside party and for improved transparency. And to follow up on that, purchasing now implementing a bid and contract management module to assist with this. Rather than the tracking.
Is that Munis?
No, it's, something we call bonfire,
What?
bonfire.
On fire?
But it will greatly facilitate tracking. It's for purchasing.
Okay, that's good. We should probably get an update from Adam on that.
This is a new decision, a recent, very
Yeah,
recent.
no,
It's just very recent.
I'm glad we're doing that because this is,
And it also will help tracking with also living adjustments. And when these expire, when they need to be renewed and et cetera. So greatly streamlined.
excellent.
And last but not least, Mr. Walsh. It was noted during the audit, that the Board of Education, this is municipal cards for purchasing goods and services. There were 27 Board of Education card holders at the time of audit, which was December 2020. The town had 36, so almost comparable. It was noted that one Board of Education employee had separated employment August 30th, 2024. Her last day of work was July 19th, 2024. However, this employee remained as an active card holder on the American Express billing statement till December 24, well after the employee's separation date. The monthly charges on the employee's credit card were approved for payment by the Board of Education reviewing supervisors over this 5-month period, which is contrary to the town credit card. However, it should be noted that the charges that were on this credit card during this time period were charges related to IT, and they were non-related. It was also noted that 2 employees were separated from the town of Fairfield, but were still listed as active credit card holders on the December 24 American Express billing statement. One employee had separated in August and the other in October. There were no charges on these cards. I notified the purchasing department, Mr. Adam Toolin, who immediately inactivated these credit cards. The Board of Education credit card was inactivated, and a different active employee who has a credit card in that department is now still in these charges. So I had recommended that the credit card policy be distributed to all active Board of Education employees for their knowledge and understanding. To be noted, that can also be accessed on the town website under Human Resources Policies, and that the credit card policy should be. Mr. Walsh, any questions?
Yeah, this last part of the paragraph here talks about that. People who are these town of Fairfield employees or these Board of Ed employees?
The town, there was one, and
Yeah.
Board of the town, there were two employees. Sorry, in Board of Education, there was one employee.
Okay, so one separated in August 11th, 2024. The other separated on October 10th. Correct.
Yes.
How did that pop up on the path? No, yeah, they resigned on, separated, I don't know whether it's voluntary or resignation. 2004 said
Yes,
earlier
one
that
was
half
August.
went into formal effect for 2020.
Oh, you-
24.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
So it was
true.
close to the, one was August 11th, 2024, the other was October.
But it seems like the October 10th during its first month.
Well,
We didn't have it.
no, we just started rolling it out.
Right, we didn't have a process in it.
We did. It started in 2024 and it's been evolving because we recognized,
Oh, I'm sorry, with the credit card.
yeah, the credit card may not, in fact, I remember your audit wanted us to add purchasing to that distribution list. That's actually, now you just reminded me, because I was like, oh, good idea. Just like we just talked about vehicles. As yourself, all of that.
Well, can I just say, and this gets back to the, I think, point Mr. Curley originally brought up, which is, maybe somebody got a notification, but they said, oh, well, we're not going to cancel that credit card because we've got recurring charges on it. That's not okay. So it's the closing the loop to make sure that, plus these people, they have physical cards. It's not like it's like a BTA account, to call, like a town account in the absence of a physical card, which a lot of times is where those recurring things should go. This is an individual's credit card that they have, so the notification is good, but somebody decided to not.
Somebody decided to buy these.
But I guess in this case, IT should have, or purchasing, should have canceled that card number, and they did not do that, apparently. Sorry, Jim.
Well, it gets to your point, I guess, and that's what I was gonna ask, but you kind of brought it up. Maybe there should be a separate credit card for the department, so that recurring charges are on that. It shouldn't be on someone's personal card, because if it gets terminated, we could lose 6 services that nobody even knows are gone.
That was why they continued to allow these charges, because they did not want to discontinue those rates.
Should have moved to
Service.
another
Correct,
card.
it's easy enough
If
to,
they are allowing them, then why is somebody making it?
I discussed this yesterday with.
Allowing a credit card to be in a dead person's name,
Said it's
keep
easy.
going because
Right.
we want to keep, cable television going. That doesn't make it
It's
right.
easy enough to establish a new. For some reason. do that. Maintained this terminated employee's credit card and continued to put charges on
I
it.
mean, the
Continue to
situations I've
approve it
seen
and
where those
pay.
exist though, if it's like a department card or something,
Right.
there's not a physical card. There is a, because that shouldn't be, because that is like a catch-all that, so that it shouldn't be that somebody has that physical card. It's a controlled account that only has certain types of services attached to it. In this case, it might be a license fee or something like that. But, so that can be maintained in perpetuity, but it's not like people should be making Amazon purchases on it or something. It's only for,
Right.
yeah. So, what was the response on that one?
So the result was I notified the director of purchasing, and he immediately activated.
For that, but from a process standpoint, going
He
forward.
said he was aware that it was occurring at the Board of Education side. And he granted them to, he allowed it. However, I told him it was practice, this performance with town policy. So he agreed and terminated the credit card or inactivated the credit card and established a new one with another employee within the department and recurring charges on this other active employee's credit card. However, the other two,
It wasn't Mr. Morius.
no, it was not. The other two town employees, it was just a human error. He was aware that they should have been inactivated and just.
Okay, well, we look forward to hearing back on this closing of the loop process.
Should there be like some type of check and balance for purchasing where they look at list of credit cards we have outstanding and say, does this person still work here?
That should happen. That's,
Like,
that's
first of every
exactly what
month,
I did.
or
And,
when the bills come in?
so when I ran through the list and I saw the notes, I said, I knew who was here, who doesn't. Since he left months ago and so on. That's when I went down to the see.
That would be something I would expect them to notice when they bill. Does anybody review the bill? 'Cause I would, if I was reviewing the bill, I would look to see if somebody.
Downside, the two separated employees did not have any charges on their credit cards. But they were still shown on American Express statement as active. And that concludes internal audit.
Now, Connie, thank you for,
Phew.
yeah, well, again, we usually do this only once a year, but we thought there was enough hair on these items that it would be good to get an interim update. So thank you again for coming.
You're welcome.
We still have a lengthy agenda to get through, but yep.
Number one, compliment the audit committee for Board of Education there, because I feel a lot better now that that's done. So kudos to you. Yeah, it's been considerably right. But also, Connie, kudos to you. Significant audits. You found stuff, you expanded the audit, which I thought was great. Might have asked about that, but you know, it's already, but I thought these audits. So, so thank you very much for.
Oh, and just a word on the Board of Education, I should say that I did, you know, when we asked Connie to do this, I did speak personally to Mr. Peterson, chair of the board. He was very supportive, very receptive. You know, welcomed the audits. In addition, I think the superintendent was
Yes, they were
as well,
all
but I
very
just wanted everyone to know that the board chair was very, very receptive. And, you know, we wanted to make sure that these recommendations were going to the Board of Education or a committee thereof and not just to the superintendent. And he had that presentation at the meeting. And I'm glad that that was done, so.
Yes. And as a matter of fact, yesterday they had mentioned that they had other areas that they wanted me to look at. So I said anytime, let me know. So I'll be back over there looking at some other areas that of concern that they have. So
It's great.
it's been a good experience and I'm happy to do it. But for Ed, very pleasant to work with, so it's a good experience.
Thank you again, Connie. And I don't know if you want to stick around for this, if this is helpful. It's up to you. We did ask, since with all this discussion around Paycom, we also thought it would be helpful since we have Ms. Simpson and Mr. Ritchie here, that they just give us a brief update. And I do want to try to keep it brief because we have quite a number of items to get through of where we are with this system. So I think the boards, I think Mr. Gerber explained previously that, you know, we're getting the paychecks done first and we're going to implement time and attendance. And then there's multiple other opportunities or ways to use the system. But I thought it would be helpful for this board to get an update on where everything stood in the timeline. And so our HR team has been good enough to provide that information to us. And you want to just take us through that on page 3 here? Peter, do that. Thank you.
I'll try and be brief.
Be brief.
Not go long. At a high level, the beginning stage kickoff was September 5th. We gave the data to Paycom. The process then becomes configuring their system to adapt to our needs. Through that process, there's heard about us discuss the PAF process was shortly thereafter launched. Benefits area became a significant focus, and it's a very complex area. This middle section does not nearly represent the hours upon hours of work by Megan Brandt in partnership with Paycom. And by the way, each separate vendor, right? We need to build that relationship, build it, what I call technology bridge, and then ensure it's working accurately. All of that effort is beyond the way in which it's represented here. You can see the go live dates for all those various systems. And again, that is not just to the benefit of our talent processing or administrative elements. It also mitigates risk of people getting benefits that shouldn't. They had left, for example, based on the PAF. It also enhances the employee's experience. I want to reinforce that point. This isn't just that the town's getting the value, it's also a better experience for the employees. We then went, as described, into utilizing Paycom, use the actual paychecks. Even though the data came out of Munis, it was fed into Paycom, so it was branded on the Paycom side. We then began the process of building out the time and attendance model. This is the phasing we had to go through. We didn't want to do it all at the same time. Significant cultural shift for this town. Go to a time and attendance process. We can talk more about that if necessary. Did a test area with about 55 employees sprinkled around the town in various areas to see how it plays. They weren't being paid from it. They just were playing in the system and giving us feedback. And then we went to, the full rollout with the Paycom process of time and attendance. We did 3 weeks of training, some of it live, some of it virtual, and recordings were done so that we've been posting all of our frequently asked questions, all our documents, et cetera, the recordings, all on our website throughout for full visibility and opportunity for people to
Also
follow up.
should add at the same time, we're doing the, which is super fun too, to be doing the change to Cigna to fully insured. So that also is part of the Paycom, people putting up their documents.
Yep.
And getting, getting that transition and we're right now in open enrollment simultaneously. So we're getting a lot of practice.
I'm pleased to announce that back on the time and attendance side, the payroll process through time and attendance started officially this past Sunday. The first paycheck, as you'll see on the slide, for the weekly employees based on the payroll processing timeline will be June 12th. And the first biweekly, all supplied through time and attendance module, no more Munis for the excluding the 7x24 operations, fire dispatch, just to make sure they're all separate. Mention that up front, but because of the complexities and a host of other reasons, they have their own in-house systems, et cetera, we're keeping them separate for now. They will be part of the future phases. But we went live on Sunday. We got a lot of feedback in the last 48 to 72 hours. None of it, somewhat expected because we're working with a brand new system. Approximately 1,000 employees that are working through a new concept, and especially seasonals with the hires we just did, and so on.
Well, the team has been going out to that's where the Parks and Rec, and also regular the amount of drop-ins coming in. I will say there's Tracy Chiappo, Nikki Joyner. These are extremely helpful people. There's anxiety down if they're none of us don't have technology fear too, and it's 5 o'clock. So I have to say there's been a lot of support and Paycom too.
Absolutely.
So that's been good. And then one other thing I'll say, one thing that's been great is there will be probably in compliance with the law. There'll actually be sick leave accruals on the pay stub, which we should have had forever. And for some reason, there was a decision, finance not to do that, but that will be there. People will know what they have, when they can take it. The supervisors will know. So when they're approving time, they'll know they're actually approving time they have, which will be a big difference because that was a huge gap. So that will be all set and we'll have hopefully, and we're also going to be decentralizing for the 24/7 payroll. It's going to go back into the 24/7 operations because that's where they need to be trained and be able through their supervisor to have permissions to make changes as it takes. So a lot of the errors are coming from taking data, from Pause, or from the firehouse, or from, and then Bert or Judy Kiva are putting it into system. And then somehow, if there's changes thereafter, then they have to go through us like a middleman. And it's just, it's very frustrating for the administrators in house, and it's also frustrating for the supervisors, and it causes delays. And because they have shift diff, and they know the back of their head what people are gonna be working and what if there's mistakes made, so that's where.
Jude's position's been eliminated.
Right.
You said Jude and Kiva, their position, Jude's position's been eliminated, right?
Dr.
we were told.
Judy Kiva would, okay. I'm talking about what the process was with the
With Munis,
DCT.
okay, yeah.
And that, I'm talking about that they would take that piece and with Pause and put it in there. That's.
They made it. I'd like to just add one other
Time and
point.
attendance is live. All right.
Can I just add one point of
Quick.
also
Yep.
additional recognition? I can't leave Kiva out.
Yeah, right, yeah, no.
She
you
has
can't.
been especially helpful because there is a critical part to play that she has to get that fed over to Paycom. And literally, she'll even advise us even during time and attendance. Hey, there's a group I've identified that maybe hadn't been recognized, a very isolated, unique circumstance. Great, bring it to us. So we've been, use the word constant as an understatement. So I just want to
So I'm sure
reinforce.
there'll be some hiccups here with this, just as there were in the
Okay.
first, but time and attendance is live, okay. So then the next phases are what?
We're gonna start to build out some additional PAF processing. We've got supervisor changes, we've got organ object changes, we got diff, you name it. There's a host of different areas. We're gonna start to expand out that process. Onboarding actually can be done through a PAF. Currently, it's a little bit, I'll call it manual, but it's de minimis in comparison, what it used to be. But there's various elements that we'll be doing in that regard, and just continuing to ideally look to see when can we bring in, when does it make sense to bring in the 7x24 fire? Because there's a value proposition there as well. For now,
Mr. Walsh?
Yeah, I'd say that's the biggest disappointment when I look at this. I'm still not seeing police and fire make up a huge section of the. I don't still understand why they're not on it and on the system. Why is it taking so long? Well, why is it being rolled out? Why is it not on here at all?
Are they getting their paychecks through Paycom?
Yeah.
It's just their time and attendance. you're
Time and
saying.
attendance, because they're on a different system.
Well, no, this is the whole tail wagging the dog thing. They should go on our system. It's like every other
I
employee.
agree, but that's another battle. So right now, no, that's
What's
not
that?
happening.
I don't understand what the battle is. You just tell them that that's what it is.
Well, it's the complexities. It's the complexities. They've had their own software, and I'm not saying it's a battle. I'm just saying it's another thing to look at. At this point, there wasn't any, and also again, I don't know what their contracts are with their software. I don't know what kind of affair would be to switch at this point. That's another phase. It is, the 24/7 operations is highly compared to the rest of the town. All the factors in, and it's something that can't be just done overnight, especially with fires, really complex, because their shift isn't just one day, like 10 hours. They have 3 days and they come to work. And then they have all of, kind of other add-ons and things.
I just ask a clarifying question, Jim, and I
Yeah.
think I'll
Okay.
get back to you, but is the police and fire using the same system or they're two separate systems?
They're on a different system.
No.
Oh,
I know there are
Oh,
different.
I'm sorry. Oh,
I
Police
know they're
has
different
one,
from the
fire has
town.
another.
Oh, they're two different, yes, they
Okay.
are. So the dispatchers with and police have their system pod, and then the fire.
So it's really two projects that we're
Correct,
talking about,
correct.
so maybe police first, then
Yes.
fire or vice versa. Okay,
Yes.
and then another clarifying question. Are there any problems with the police or fire systems currently? Is that part of the resistance that we might be facing?
I don't think they're
If it's not
resisting, I
broken,
should
don't
say
fix
that,
it?
that's the wrong, there isn't really resistance, it's just that putting this in and then trying to one thing I know, the fire just got new software put in a contract. Pause has been working for the police and dispatch, and dispatch, as you know, is going through a lot of transition with regional, get people in training. And I think that it was just, okay, let's grab the, lack of a better word, the easier stuff first, yeah, right, and then let's look at, and you're right. because
Get the
we
kinks
have
out.
Different systems.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say it's a resistance, it's more of a.
But if it's not broken, there's less urgency to fix it.
Correct.
That's my
I
point.
think
There
that-
is synergy, I agree, and I think
Yeah.
long-term, we should all be on the same system.
I don't think
but-
they disagree either.
Okay.
I don't think that was it. I shouldn't have said, that no one ever said, oh, I don't want this. It's just like trying to figure out.
But
how
there's
to-
not a control problem right now with the police. and
Not that
fire
I'm aware
system.
of, no. That is pretty.
Okay. When,
Go ahead, Jim.
How many personnel are there in the?
police officer level is about 100.
When you say police, are you talking about the fire department or just the officers?
The union membership. Yeah, otherwise, everybody else is, there's the PETA,
There's 125?
105,
105? How many are fire?
about 150 or so, I think.
About 207. That include dispatch?
No, they're 20.
There. How many total town employees are there? Dispatch, police, fire.
1,100. If you throw in seasons.
I'm just talking about full-time.
Full-time is 560.
560. 560 above the 235.
No, 560 full-time employees.
Okay. Total, that includes.
Yes, FIA members, PETA. Not seasonal or part.
So you're basically 42% of our employees, you're not operational with.
They are actually, they have it on their, they have the app, they have the ability to
They're
see,
getting paid through Paycom.
they chat, they can call, work through any pay issues that they have with us.
Their time and
So on.
attendance is not being done.
Time and attendance,
Time and attendance.
42% of town employees that we bought the system, not operation.
Well, would you, I mean, I feel like I would add the seasonal and temporary,
They are significant.
because that's a lot of work too. Yeah.
They're flexible hours, their schedules are constantly changing.
I mean, I
They
hear
are
what you're
hourly.
saying, Jim, but so everybody's on it on the town side, all 1,000 or 1,100 from a paycheck perspective. Time and attendance, it's more like 80% if you look at all the seasonal and whatever in terms of volume, and it's more like 50% or whatever. Just look at the.
So there's nothing going forward past June 19th, 2025. It's like 2 weeks away. Where's the future?
Actually, I was gonna mention,
Where's the future timeline? What's your goals?
I was gonna start to mention, I didn't get a chance to finish, the last section of the deck actually shows a garnishment process, is something we're looking at. We're gonna bring on board, utilize Paycom for. I know there's meetings about expense management next week, I believe, with Paycom and CF and finance office to talk about what opportunities might exist there. So.
You mean expense reimbursement?
Yeah, I don't know that we'll go Paycom, but we are gonna.
Yeah, no, good, yeah.
So lots of different areas which we're going to evaluate. We're looking at potentially onboarding the actual applicant tracking system to be utilized. There's also a training module. Didn't want to get too aggressive with sharing all of that, but this is, I cannot emphasize enough how much we recognize culturally, this is a massive change. So we want to do it as best and focus.
We'll have more on the next steps, because right now we're just trying to get to this step. This step is get this going well, making sure people are supervisors are trained right. We know it's gonna be very at first a lot, like one department head said, oh, didn't punch in, forgot to punch in, so he had to go fix those because people are trying to get used to it. And that's normal. And so we're trying to get that, and
What's the timeline future for when police and fire are gonna be on this?
be determined.
You don't even know whether it will be 2025.
I don't believe it's gonna be the year 2025. Yeah, I know, we're already in, June. I don't see that happening. That's several months. I think we can start looking at it. We're trying to look at decentralization of it's one step. That's a first step, and that's a big one too. Get out that aligned, have a payroll system that is fully able to coordinate with Paycom. And so that is a huge one. So I say that's a step in the first direction. So I don't wanna make any promises I can't deliver. I don't see.
I know it's the way you said it, it's not even a goal for 2020.
No, that's not true. We're doing decentralization, right? I didn't say it's not a goal.
Yes.
It's something that,
You don't think it'll be done in 2025?
I I don't want to make any promises.
You said in June, it's already sitting in June. I don't think that it's gonna be done.
I don't think it will be done completely to have them converted to Paycom by the end of this year, by December. Maybe by the next fiscal year, which is what I go by, is 2026.
Well, hopefully, listen, I know that we had some glitches, which is expected, W-2s and paychecks and whatever, and I'm sure there'll be some glitches with time and attendance. So, that needs to be working seamlessly before in my opinion, and I'm sure you agree, before you attempt to bring in police and fire, which are much more complex.
And we're also doing the rollover right now with the new plan for fully insured, which is fair. I mean, I'm not trying to be like, oh, look for us, but it's a lot.
No,
A lot right now. Got a lot of changes now. And so, and it's doing this thing simultaneously. And, we'll get through it. We're getting through it. And we also have the rollover for July 1st. So what I'm saying, there's a lot of things in the air right now. The decentralization, I have a meeting tomorrow with fire about it, with the administrator, with the administrative assistant there, and we're looking at what we can do for that process to start. But I'm gonna take small steps with it because it's gonna take small steps.
I will personally say that the way this is looking, I think a 2-year rollout of this thing to me is a failure. I'm just telling you. I just never was that explained for selectmen that we're gonna get a handle on this in 3 first problem. It's now gonna be 2 years or longer. It's 100% of the population, town employees, time and attendance. And I just think that's unacceptable. How is the rollout of Paycom going with the town employees? Everyone happy?
Everyone happy with the rollout?
Yeah.
I-
Or the program itself?
I think that you're getting mixed things. A lot of supervisors are very happy. Some of the employees are resistant to that. We had a grievance about punching in and out, which we decided to withdraw. So that had to go over because some people didn't want to be up for their time. So we had to get that. I think that there was a lot of fear and anxiety with Public Works because of the technology issue. So, but I think that what I've heard a lot of compliments about the help that HR is doing and getting people on board and getting people in the system. And I will tell you this, and I don't sound like I'm with the older people. The younger generation seems to be much more accepting. They like it, or they find it great. The older population perhaps are having more struggle with it. And it's just understandable because of
It takes time for people to get used to it.
yeah, it does.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Just for people who are not familiar, can you just explain what the process is? Is it an app on their phone? Are they going to a computer software or?
Employees have 3 avenues to be able to punch in or punch out. The first is phone, literally an app. It looks and feels much like any banking app we're all familiar with. It's got, highly secure. It's got protocols for multi-factor authentication, et cetera. But there's literally drop-down menus. It's actually much better, I think, because it's all out for all, easy to see. And you just push buttons to be able to do things. The other beauty of the app is it has so much information that the employees never had access to, nor were they in the past being able to alter or edit information. They were relying
Be
on
careful with that. We're talking about changing their self-service for deposits or
direct
for
deposits,
and things
contact
like that. But
information.
they can't change their pay.
No. Sorry, yeah. So that's an avenue that we've seen many adopt, and there's actually metrics that I can run at the right time to be able to see what does that usage look like, and I'll explain more on the why in a second. The second avenue is any computer that accesses the internet, any computer, home, town, doesn't matter. As long as it can get to the internet, they just go to paycom.com, and literally then the interface becomes same and similar to what the phone app looks like. There's some differences, just like any mobile versus computer, but you get the concept. They can punch in, they can punch out, they can submit time off requests, et cetera. All of this is same and simple. And then the third avenue is time clocks. So literally there are 3 locations in the town right now where we have mounted computer, if you will, time clocks. They're touch screen, and they're also what are referred to as biometrics, fingerprint readers. We've put those 3 locations are the WPCF is one, and then 2 locations, separate locations within the public workspace. They're used to the time card process, if you know what I mean. But it was felt for now, we need to make sure that we have that similar clock, biometric clock process there for them. I spent last week registering fingerprints for about 65 people. But they've actually adopted it really well. I went back this afternoon when they were clocking out for the day, and it was all within 8 seconds, they're done, like, and they're done. And my thinking, and to refer to roll back to what I just said, I'm gonna start to look at the usage because we might find those clocks aren't as necessary. There's a value, but maybe there's a different model that we have, but this is what we felt.
But I think it's been very helpful, and also I think that they're used to clocking in and out with the paper, so I think having the time clock is a similar.
Experience.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a follow-up question to that? So, if it's an app, what's difficult about? Like,
Some people don't have smartphones.
Yeah.
But the police have smartphones.
Right, but like some DPW workers might not have smartphones.
Flip phone.
But for example, the police.
The police aren't using it yet.
Yeah, no.
I'm saying like
No, they're using the app. Sorry,
Right.
I didn't clarify. The complexity is the programming of the system to recognize all of their CBA requirements and the uniqueness of a 7x24 operation with the shift changes and personnel changes as rapidly as they do. We have to get that right.
But
Okay, thanks for the clarification. So it's not them adopting it. It's actually internally being able to receive the information
They're
about
already
it.
on the phone, they already can access.
But they also can upload their documents, like I had a baby, let's put the birth certificate on. They can do that. They've been doing it and it's great. Or I got married, let me put this on, and it's so much easier for.
We're already
Right.
doing what's called
Right.
qualified life events through PAF.
Right.
And they submit, all the onboarding is done through PAF. It's done through the system. We don't have,
So
it's,
I don't have like a particular timeline where I don't know that 2 years is too long or not, but I am curious, did Paycom give a anticipated timeline when they were sort of pitching it? What did they, I mean, I've been through things, we sold the moon, you get a piece of cheese, but what did they give you as a anticipated timeline for rolling it out to all employees?
Yeah, they started, I think they said there was like 2 months, not to have everything done, but the paychecks, we got backlog, with few things. And it wasn't anticipated. But that's not unusual when you're switching an HRIS system, especially like this. I mean, because of the type of things you have to consider with the data and with also the benefits piece. And then the W-2s got mixed up. And then again, I'm not going to put fault at finance, but it was something happened there and that kind of put it backwards. And that wasn't anticipated. That was, stuff that can happen. I know that other colleagues, and you've been through changes in HRIS systems, and so has our Megan Brandt, they went to ADP and then, but having different systems and oftentimes, especially this has been, this is like and again, I don't think anyone, but you can go ahead, jump in.
I'm gonna say this, the Munis system was implemented in 2009. And you can envision what software or technology has done since 2009, even in the last couple of years, the accelerated pace. That kind of a change, in my experience, is much more dramatic, as well as even the concept that you're going to be tracked on your time is a significant, I've sort of touched on this a couple of times, I'm repeating myself, but for this town, that's a fascinating change. Versus I've done other implementations of HRIS systems, and it's like for like, but the new one does the new thing and it does other value propositions. So that's like call it step 1 to step 2. We're going from, say 3 to 4. We're going from basically 1 to 4. We literally have adopted some of the latest technology and they evolve it clearly on a much more rapid pace than we ever saw in Munis. I've been working with Munis for 6 years. The only thing they've done is change the colors and the fonts. And 6 years is a lifetime in technology, especially when you're talking about HRIS.
All right, Jim, I do want to move on, but go ahead. Let's try to wrap this up if we can.
Yeah, so what did finance do with regards to the W-2s? Because I know some people got them 3 times. Kids who worked summer jobs got 3 different. So what did finance do wrong? What did finance do
Go
wrong?
ahead, go ahead.
So W-2 verification process has always been a finance payroll responsibility. Gar had no involvement. I'm not trying to point fingers, I'm just trying to clarify. What ended up
They're
happening,
being pointed, so that's why I'm asking the question.
you're asking for that, exactly. So man, I'm trying to answer. And so when the switch was made over at year end, the W-2s were released. Paycom was told to release the W-2s before clearly some sort of audit should have occurred because they were wrong. Once it was recognized they were wrong, it was a calculation, a programming issue, but that should have been caught during an audit.
Paycom programming issue?
Yes,
That's Paycom's issue.
it is, but it's, if we don't tell them or we don't audit what they're giving us before we go live with it, that's, I believe,
Yeah, we're
part of our
responsible.
responsibility.
They don't know, and that's what happened, it wasn't, there was information that should have been there that wasn't there because it wasn't audited or verified. Verified's probably a better term.
And were they told they were supposed to audit that?
Finance should know that, that's what they do.
They're-
Sean, you know.
Yeah, I guess, I don't want to start,
Yeah, this
I
is-
don't want to start pointing fingers here,
Yeah,
okay?
this,
I was kind of new coming to this and I think there's blame on both sides. I'm gonna leave,
yeah, I don't think this is,
I don't think it's healthy.
and let's not point fingers. There was enough blame to go around on both sides of the fence, so what we need to do is focus on how we not have a problem going forward.
yeah, agreed. And listen, I've been through a lot of systems implementations. None of them go perfectly. There are always bugs. It's you identify them, you track them, you work through the list. We're really implementing multiple modules here. I don't think 2 years is, I'm not surprised at this considering what you're saying is going to happen in the 2-year period. And I do know this was something, when I first came on this board 6 years ago, something that had been identified then as a major issue. And I'm just glad that we're making progress, so.
Just want to close the loop on one
Yeah.
point that you raised, Mr. Walsh. I agree with you. I was surprised at hearing a couple of things on this update. One being, like, I would expect, especially when we're taking such a big move here, that there would be phase 1, 2, 3, 4 down the line. There would be a full scope of what this process would be. And it may be 2 months, it may be 2 years. I don't know what the right number is or amount of time, but I expect that regardless of the time that's assigned, it would be a full scope. And to your point, I don't see what's happening after June. And you talked about, well, we might do something on garnishments, but we're
No,
not sure.
We are.
My point is that, and maybe I misunderstood what you said, but I thought that might have been an add-on to what was originally contemplated. And it's kind of, you're deciding now whether you will or you won't.
No, we decided that, I think that was part of our presentation, we haven't gotten to that yet.
Okay.
And, HR, and it's just a good segue, but you're really right, we do need to get a longer goal picture here and,
Well, and I think milestones
Yeah,
too, right? So like, if we just focus on the time and attendance piece, I agree with Mr. Walsh. Like, eventually, if the goal is to get fire and police and everybody on this, you can do it in stages. Let's do the town first, then this piece, then that piece, but I don't see that mapped out. And I understand it's to be determined, but having lived in corporate America my whole career, we have goals that we establish in certain timelines and we're held to that. And now if we need more time, we can talk about it. But, and maybe those original estimates on time didn't take certain things into account. Some things are outside of your control. All that's reasonable to be discussed. But if I don't know that I'm going to start doing the fire department by the second quarter of this fiscal year, time can stand. And all of a sudden you don't even start it until the quarter after or the quarter after that. So I think you need that milestone to say, I need to get started on fire by September
do you
30th.
hear that, Tom? We've got a project now, so we're gonna work with finance, this is not just HR.
No, I'm not saying
I'm
it's,
just saying, I'm not trying to but we're hearing you, these are good suggestions and helpful. And so I think that that's, again, with our partners in finance, and also we need to, again, partner with our friends at the police, fire, and the dispatch to make sure we're all together. and
Everyone
getting-
knows that the
Right.
idea is to
Right.
get started on that by September 30th. One, you got to get stuff off your plate, so finish up this stuff so that you have time for that stuff. And the police or fire or whoever that is got to be your partner in this process knows that that's the
Okay, we're
timeline.
gonna have that tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're meeting with the fire about this, so how's that?
Well, and I would just, I agree with all of that. I think, let's just not make the mistake that we made with Munis. You know, our Munis system, we never utilized it to its potential. We used it as a calculator. We never utilized the full functionality. There was always something else to do. We didn't invest the time. So I think to Craig's point, you know, this has a lot of possibilities to really improve how we do things all around, to create efficiencies. What's, you know, the full universe of the system capabilities. And what are we in? And I agree, it's gonna have to be done in stages. I think we should really make sure this time and attendance thing is done right before we try and tackle police and fire. But, because I can imagine even with the seasonals and the, you know, that's gonna be, so stages, yes, but to lay out what the end result looks like, because as soon as you get there, I mean, they'll have enhancements to their systems or new offerings. There's always gonna be something. So having that project plan.
No, it's gonna be good for Paycom to get, remember, you know, don't go, like you're to your point, don't go away, we're still, you know, you promise us stuff, so stay with us, partnering, getting other things going and moving on.
We met with our new contact. There's an implementation specialist at Paycom we've been working with. Now we just met today with our ongoing specialist. So we're gonna start kicking off those conversations.
Right, Jim?
I've heard a number of times tonight, and I've heard it before about Paycom and all of these modules and saving time doing X, Y, Z, and the employees entering their own equipment and information. You talked about a little bit tonight about them doing their own onboarding, going further, that being able to do wage garnishments, life event changes, whatever. That's all stuff that your department was doing. Are we gonna be losing somebody in your department? Because this is the question I always have on this fancy stuff we buy is everyone says it's got great efficiencies, but I don't see the efficiency cutting down the number of employees.
First of all, we don't have enough employees for the work required. So again, this is not, the prior onboarding process used to take, I would gather per employee.
At least an hour and a half
Right.
for our individual, our part to play, let alone others. that are in-
And then the seasonals is a complete nightmare. So each application would take over half an hour to 45 minutes.
And they hire 75 people at about a month's time.
And you
You
gotta
can
get
only
all-
imagine the stress that puts on an organization.
And you gotta get all the documents in and you gotta do it. So the modern world, I don't know people do onboard that way. They put their documents in, they get their policies ahead of time, they sign, they pick their insurance, they get all these things. So that the time there that would be used for, basically, one of the things that when you have people doing that all day long and on top of it, having to deal with manual calculations, manual like a calculator, and not doing things that HR should be doing more, which is, for instance, getting things out for employee programs and development and training and having a more.
Performance management.
Performance
Right,
management.
performance management, yes. We do collective,
Okay, all right,
I know.
we are gonna move, I'm gonna cut this off.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but we have got to move on and we are way beyond the scope of so I think that's a discussion for the budget, we can have that going forward, but, we really have to move on. So, the next item though, don't go away, because, let's move on to item 8 to hear an update regarding unemployment compensation expense.
Do you just want to quickly, the garnishment unit doesn't
No.
matter? Okay, all right.
We can.
We're gonna add it,
All right.
that's.
Tony, thank you again. Yeah. Appreciate everything you do. So this item, so this came up during our last meeting and we asked for follow-up. And, see, let's go to
Page 7.
page 7, the same document. Yeah, same HR document, page 7, says workflow process, town unemployment claims. Tom, do you want to kick this off? Or you want to?
Well,
But yeah, I think basically there was a misunderstanding about some of the facts, the discussion at the last meeting. It was said that we had made some fraudulent payments, and following up, with HR. I think there was a discussion with Bill, and Bill, first selectman, was understanding that we had some fraudulent payments. He followed up with HR and determined that that was not the case. I've had discussions with HR.
We had fraudulent claims that
Can
were
I
not.
help, can I just help that page 8, they're called unemployment identity theft claims. So there's 2 modules. The module where someone's a claimant, they're really who they are. They file an unemployment claim. And whether or not they are disqualified or disqualified is another issue. Doesn't mean they're committing a fraud if they're disqualified. The unemployment identity theft claim shows a huge uptick in was for the county. Nothing to do with the town of Fairfield getting hacked, not even the Department of Labor getting hacked, it's banking information. So if someone gets in, criminals will use other people's personal information to attempt to illegally receive unemployment benefits. And then when the town receives a claim from the DOL, and then stating an employee who we know, Peter Ritchie's right here, is still employed and filed for unemployment, it'd be like, that's weird. So we would go through we have our provider, and report that fraud, this identity theft to Department of Labor. And after verifying, that Peter didn't decide to file for unemployment because he, kind of full past one. And after verifying, and then the employee also, we need to let them know, hey, it looks like you've been hacked because, you did this complaint. And then they go to the DOL to report the identity fraud, and DOL keeps a survey of that. And since I've been here, and I can't speak to prior, we haven't incurred any unemployment expenses related to unemployment identity fraud. So
Did we had these bogus claims, but we caught them? Is that
yeah,
it?
you catch, it's usually someone's is still employed, or they're retired. I mean, we haven't had a retiree, but I've read about it was a huge uptick. It's nationwide. And, I think for a small town, it's easy to identify.
Okay, no, just wanted to clear that
So
up.
that's one part. Okay.
First thing, you weren't here the last meeting.
No.
First selectman sat in that seat right there. Said, we've been having this fraud. And he said, when asked, how much are we losing? He said, and I might be off, so somebody correct me, I thought it was $130,000.
Or something, yeah.
$130,000 of false claims that have been paid by the town of Fairfield. Is that true?
No,
Okay, so he was wrong.
He was wrong.
How was he that wrong?
because the report that he was given showed dollar values with those claims. What was not recognized, and I'm trying to be careful. What was not recognized was that was a potential liability, not a actual liability. So just like any good, reporting system, you want to know if there's an issue, what's the potential liability downstream? So he read that as actual. It was potential if those had gone to DOL and been paid out. They were not paid at all.
Okay, that's a
Zero.
huge difference
Okay.
in what he said.
Okay, but
It is.
I think,
Okay.
in fairness, we should have been here last time,
Yeah.
so I did fairness.
Okay.
You want to
All right.
talk? Then my next question is there a difference between how unemployment claims are processed with the state of Connecticut for a municipality versus a private company or some proprietorship, whatever?
No,
No, right?
No.
Okay.
wait,
Because the first selectman told us that there probably was. And when I told him there wasn't, he told me to get prepared to apologize to him for saying that. So I'm not going to apologize. I guess I don't have to. Maybe he has to apologize to me. So so are there claims that we're not responding to?
no.
They're not.
No, the way it works is like it would anywhere. We get, employee decides to file a claim,
Back to page 7.
and then they go back to page 7. Then they file a complaint, they submit it to the DOL. The DOL sends back a verification, hey, this person filed a claim. Can you employer verify that this is person, whatever is their history. And then we also provide a backup, because then we decide, hey, qualify or qualified. So one of the things we could say, hey, this person was terminated for, job abandonment. So that might be important to put in there. Or this person actually had a job, whatever it is, we verify it, right? So
You
then
choose whether you want a hearing or not, correct?
yes, you do.
As the employer,
Right,
because you could say, this
Right.
is person's not
First
whatever.
level,
I
that's right.
want-
I'm gonna
I
go.
want a hearing.
right.
You have a very short time to do that, but
That's
you
right.
have to do it,
Yep.
correct?
And then from there,
So before we go on,
Okay, sorry.
just that point.
Yeah.
We're using the third-party administrator. Those letters are going to the third-party administrator from the state of Connecticut. They're not coming into your department. or
they're
some-
not, we're using a third-party administrator.
Okay, so they go to them.
Yeah.
And how do they verify whether the person
From
is
us.
still working? So they come to
Yeah,
you.
they have to go through us, obviously.
It's a secure
Yeah.
portal.
That's what I thought. Okay, so they come to you and say, this person's put a claim in.
Right, and then we get the information, the verification, and we'll, if we have to, we'll put the investigation report, we'll put the dismissal notice, whatever information we have. And then, from there, you can have a hearing if
Yeah.
you want to contest it. And then, as you're probably aware,
Yeah.
with the our unemployment system,
Mm-hmm.
it's not always, you're gonna go through appeal process, and oftentimes they will rule in favor of the employee.
Yes.
And that's just the way it is, because I've had it, but yes, there's the process, so 100%.
So if he was just misinformed or misunderstood what the process was.
I don't know, I wasn't here, but I can tell you that I think the confusion is, if someone files something that they're disqualified for, that doesn't mean they're committing a fraud.
No.
They're not,
They're not.
they're not.
Actually,
That now,
you have the right to file.
but these fake people are frauds. But that,
Somebody tried to claim in my company. My HR director came into me very next door and said, "Can you quit or something?" Because I had a claim for unemployment.
no, right. So I think I think that's where the confusion was, that disqualified people versus the identity theft bucket. So,
Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah.
Hearing the explanation about the identity theft, fraud, I think helps a lot. Because I think that takes a lot of the concern that we had in the last meeting, and takes it down a notch. But I do want to better understand, there were two types of, claims that first selectman made reference to: the fraudulent claims, which is now a non-event, and then the, I think he called them inappropriate or something like that. And I think there were only two individuals, former first select woman and one other person,
we have actually more than that we did appeal for disqualifiers.
right?
And, and again, it's hard for me to talk right now, because if someone filed an appeal, you can disclose her name. If they did not,
Right,
there's no
so,
appeal.
right, so
You have to be careful who you identify. Now,
my
yeah.
question specifically.
we had six,
though,
I
is-
believe. It was six.
So my question
Yeah.
more specifically
Yeah.
is how does someone get paid unemployment if they're not eligible for it? And going through that appeals process, and that appeal process concludes and determines that that person is not eligible for unemployment. Now there's a collection issue, right?
Credit, they give you a credit.
Okay, but who's
Yeah.
they? Because the money went to the individual.
Okay, let's just
So-
start first with your idea. How do people get paid and if they've disqualified? Well, the Department of Labor, they get the claim, they're backlogged, they don't sit there and say, let's go through it. They start paying it. That's how,
Okay, so they're
they
paying
start paying
state.
it. And then you get this process through where you can get the first layer, if you will, I don't agree, I want to appeal this claim.
Yeah.
And so the first layer is a hearing, and it's, and then if they say, no, we're still going to approve it, you have another layer, but you don't get to testify, they just review the record.
Okay, I'm focused on the. on
Okay, then the
money,
next
though.
piece is then if the person is then, so if you look at the next column on page 7,
Yeah,
that what happens is that if the decision is made that, hey, Peter, if you want to pick up that piece, I know you talked to Caitlin, so.
Yeah,
Go there,
let
why
me,
don't you do that?
so
And I don't want to sit here and talk.
the Department of Labor is generally receptive to the employee's claim.
Well, we know that, but I'm just talking
Well,
about what
I know,
happens where, okay.
So what then happens is they send us a statement quarterly, the key word,
No, Peter, I think we're talking about when someone does not get when someone says, hey, we go through the process.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out,
Yeah.
how did the town get out, disperse funds for a claim that was ineligible? And who are we getting the money back from?
It's talking about the unemployment insurance, how that works. Not,
How did it happen? I'm just trying to clarify.
Peter, I think we want to focus on if someone gets, and I want to make sure because it's late, an appeal, we get through the appeal process, they say, nope, you're disqualified. Boom, then, we paid you $10,000.
Who's we?
Now what?
The state?
The state paid out of the fund that we pay into, like other employers. They pay them through whatever the funding, and then they don't give us money back, they give us a credit for that money.
For the next unemployment claim.
Right,
That's it.
what,
Simplified, that's it.
So we don't have to go back to the employee.
no, no.
But the state would.
The state will, the state
Recover the money.
The state was supposed to, yes, the state will work with them.
So
I don't know.
at the very, I'm looking at page 7 of your handout here. It says the former town employees, process starts with the former town employee. They decide if they wish to file an unemployment claim with the state DOL.
Yeah.
Mr. Walsh is right. It's everyone's right as an employee to make that determination. But is someone in HR advising that individual whether they are eligible or ineligible for
You have to get them a
unemployment?
package. When someone's left, a layoff, termination, by law, you have to give them a package, if you will, of COBRA, if it's applicable, whatever payouts they might have, and then unemployment, if they're like, I'm just saying a layoff's the easiest, right? That's
Yeah.
pretty clean.
Right.
Here you go.
Well, I'm specifically talking about the issue that came up in our last meeting. We're talking specifically about an individual who's gone through the appeals process, so it's public information. We're talking about the former first selectman. Right?
Right.
I'm trying to understand. She said that she was advised by HR that HR approved that she was eligible for unemployment. And I want to find out if you or anyone on your staff advised the former first selectwoman that she was eligible for unemployment.
Yeah, I don't remember that conversation.
I can say I was in part of those discussions with her, and I will say she is eligible to apply for unemployment. The actual eligibility is determined by the state. I have never
clear to her.
I can't, that's her digesting my conversation. I can't cover that.
Do you recall whether the topic of unemployment specifically came up?
I do, and I've had that discussion more times than I can count in my professional career,
Yeah.
both here and before. I have never said you will qualify. I do not say that. I say that with 100% conviction. I say you are eligible to apply. It is everyone's right.
But why would she be eligible to apply if she's an elected official who's ineligible to apply?
But
Great question.
Right.
Peter did not do legal research and say to her
I
whether or
don't-
not legally you can apply or not. And I think that bottom line is that's why you have the process, right? So I give someone I've had this too, where someone's like, they have beat the heck out of each other at work. Someone just beat the heck out of another, an aide at the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. Horrible thing, right? Person should be fired, arrested, the whole thing. I won the dismissal case, behalf of it, but he got unemployment. And we went through all the stages of it, but the bottom line is that I can't, even if I said to
I
them.
don't want to go down a rabbit hole, like, just a simple question, all right? Even if you said you're eligible to apply, I think what the assertion was that it was approved by HR. Now, I don't know how you could have approved it if you had to dispute it in order for there to be an appeal. Am I right?
My
Correct,
comments talked
correct.
about her being an elected official.
Mr. Carlton, can I make just a distinction here? When we're saying eligible to apply,
Right,
you're eligible to receive the benefits. Anybody can apply.
Right.
Okay, like Peter said, the determination is made by the state. So it was totally proper to say, yeah, you can apply. It's not
Yeah.
a question of am I eligible to apply? Anybody can apply.
Right.
So that's, we need to make the distinction between am I eligible to apply? Anybody can apply.
Right.
Right? Are you eligible to receive the benefits? That's a really important distinction.
There's an important distinction, and also that's why there's a process for the claim. So that's why the process is here, because then when someone files a claim, you can put in there whether it's qualifying or not qualifying, and that's one of the things that Peter does, or I do, when we put them through. So I think that and I don't want to, I want to say this because it makes me very uncomfortable to continue to talk about a select person and this unemployment matter, because it's, to me, I think it's very unfair to Brenda Kupchak, and I think it's putting on something that is absolutely not, this is not a rampant problem. It was, the state didn't catch it. We did appeal it. They should have caught it. They did it. And when we put all the disqualifiers in it, they still allowed it. So that's
The reason we asked the question is because we were told that there was an $18,000 payment that was inappropriate. So what we want to understand, if we're going to sit here and say, well, it was the state's fault, the state did something wrong, what we're trying to understand is there a process issue on our side?
Yeah.
Did we do the things that we were supposed to do as a town?
yes.
Did we approve something we should not have approved? Did we fail to respond timely, you know, to whatever notification we got from the state? And that's the question. And if we failed to respond timely, and listen, just straight up, as a former state legislator, I think she should have known, but that's besides the point. Okay, once you do that though, the real reason we asked is there a process failure on our side? Because whenever, just like all the internal audit reports we went through, when something goes wrong, we should figure out why it went wrong and how we prevent this from happening again. And then we got all caught up in this potential fraudulent claim situation, but I still want to understand, you know, if we have a certain amount of time to respond, a limited time, did we respond timely?
Yes.
And the state just screwed up and ignored it?
No, I think I would put it this way. We responded to the verification, elected official, that is a disqualifier.
Okay.
There's all those things in there.
And we did that timely.
Yes, our third-party administrator, we have to rely on them to make sure, just like we do with, and to make sure that they're following the rules for us. Otherwise, we're gonna get rid of them. We'll get another, or we'll do it ourselves, which I think would be crazy, because there's not enough time. So, so we did all that right. Everything went in right. The information went in correctly. The state they had a hearing. They determined first level to keep the unemployment benefits. Went on appeal, we even hired.
It went on appeal because you guys then put in a dispute of some sort?
No dispute.
You did not.
I don't know the exact date. We
Once
put the
we
dispute in a timely fashion after the dispute in. The dispute was held at the hearing, and then it went to, after that, they still granted the benefit, despite the fact that she was an elected official. And then it went to the appeal review, and they just review the records. There's no, like the Supreme Court. So at that level, we also put in for an investigation on top of that. After the denial, after they approved it and they granted it, we also asked for an investigation through our attorneys, our town attorneys, and the letter is public.
Investigation of what?
About the claim, the fact that the state approved it. We asked for an investigation,
Of
so.
their process.
Yes, we did do that. So we did question it and challenge it. We did everything in our power, if that makes sense. And
All right, so we didn't miss any, there's
No.
not a missing control or process issue. You believe we did all the proper steps and this was an oversight at the state level that now we're stuck waiting for a credit back.
well, and also I will say this, it was vetted through our attorneys as well to make sure everything was up and challenged. So it wasn't just,
I got it. Okay. Mr. Walsh, sorry.
I called Ms. Kupchak because I was a little disturbed by our last meeting, so I just wanted to kind of hear her side out. She supplied some information. Number one, Ms. Simpson, she told me that you said she could apply for employment. That you verbally told us that. In regards to you, Mr. Ritchie, she not only told me that she spoke to you a number of times about her unemployment claim and that she was eligible to apply. She actually supplied me with some emails, which I'm going to read right now. So one is from Peter, from you, dated Tuesday, February 27th, 2024 at 10:50 a.m. to Brenda Kupchak at her Gmail account. She's no longer working for the town of Fairfield. And the subject matter is Office of the Unemployed Workers Advocate. That means says. This is from you, Peter. Hi, I've done two things thus far. I sent a follow-up email to the company I provided the information to. That is the town's third-party administrator for unemployment claims, letting them know I need to fix it. Two, I just spoke with Gabriella at the Connecticut DOL, told her the quote fraudulent claim categorization was wrong and it needed to be fixed. She said she'd look into it and circle back with me later today. I'll let you know if and when I hear something. Later that day, same day, February 27th at 11:51:03 a.m. So about almost 1 hour after that. From Peter Ritchie to Brenda Kupchik at the same email address, same subject. Hi, here is the latest. I spoke to the town's TPA and they no longer see the claim being coded as fraudulent. And they show you were formerly a full-time hire, but now with a dramatically reduced hours in your new role, which still qualifies you for payments. So they have accurate information now. Two, the state DOL called back. They no longer show the claim being fraudulent. They said that they have declined your current payments per standard practice since you received severance/unused vacation payouts, which she did.
Whole other issue.
Once that appropriate time has elapsed to offset the severance and /unused payout, they may resume payments.
So this is like contemporaneous with when she,
February, she was, her last day of employment was like the 26th of November.
and so.
December
Who-
30th.
Did this fraudulent allegation come, did the town say this was fraudulent?
And I just want to kind of go on because then we hired an attorney, right?
Can I,
We hired Cohen & Wolf.
can I just ask, just so I'm making sure I'm following? So the email is, at one point, her claim had been, HR got it and said
Yeah.
fraudulent claim, but that wasn't correct.
Yeah.
Because it was actually just, claim made,
Yeah.
claim.
She is who she is. She
She's
is.
ineligible for it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So this exchange that you just read us is clarifying that, oh, no, it was coded incorrectly. It's not a fraudulent claim. And
Yeah.
that's consistent with what was said at the last meeting.
And no one's telling her in any of these emails, Brenda, you can't apply.
But I think we've,
She should have known better. As an elected official,
I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of state reps who don't know all the statutes of the state of Connecticut. I will tell you, there's a lot of attorneys, and I will say that I'm one of them, who don't know all 35 books of statutes that are out there.
and that's fair. That's a fair
I
point.
don't.
but
I come across them, I look them up, I search for them, but they change every year as well. So, but then we decide to contest it, right? Because I don't know the motivations, whether you guys were told to do this, but
Well, because she's ineligible. I mean,
but she receives payment and no one says anything during that period of time to her. Nothing during the time
when did
saying
the payments start?
you're ineligible.
Yeah.
It started soon after that, what,
I
March?
mean, it was appropriate to contest it.
March.
I mean,
What?
It's
Yeah, but
appropriate.
we're assisting her.
Yeah,
Mr. Ritchie's assisting her. They know she's having trouble getting it through. And the town is assisting her. Then Cohen & Wolf, this is very interesting, writes a letter because they were now hired to try to now go after this. And they issue this letter that the state received it was dated September 10th, 2024. The state received it at the Merit Rating Unit on September 12th, 2024. And they say they're representing the town. By way of background, Brenda Kupchik was the first select woman when she left office, After losing the election, Ms. Kupchik proceeded to file a complaint, a claim for unemployment benefits, yada, 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 yada. This is the paragraph I'd like to read to you, which I find very interesting. It has recently come to the town's attention that despite her ineligibility, Ms. Kupchik's claim for unemployment benefits was inadvertently approved, meaning by the town and our third-party administrator. The third-party administrator had to have approved it.
I don't
No,
know.
So why didn't they stop it? They knew she was an elected official. You were giving all the information.
I don't know.
Oh, really? Okay.
I can literally say, They approved it,
So-
could be the state.
So Cohen and Wolf is saying that they've recently updated that despite her misconduct claim for unemployment benefits was inadvertently approved. The Department of Labor issued a 21A notice of claim file, care of the town, third-party administrator, Unemployment Tax Management Corporation. Is that the third party?
UTMC, yes.
They call them UTMC. Consistent with its usual process, town personnel proceeded to provide information to UTMC concerning the circumstances surrounding Ms. Kupchak's employment and separation, which it understood UTMC would in turn provide the Department of Labor. Among the information the town provided to UTMC was the following comment. Quote, first select woman who was not reelected to that full-time role, but now a limited part-time role as a select person, end quote. And then the letter goes on, despite the town's clear designation of Ms. Kupchak as an elected official, UTMC did not contest.
They did. There was a,
Well, Cohen and Wolf's then lying. They said they did not contest it,
Okay.
right
Well,
here.
who contested it? If it was somebody, if you
was
said
not
before,
real.
there was fraud.
Well, now we're gonna see who contested. It's Cohen and Wolf who does it in September after we
No,
paid.
you said before February, there was a question where somebody designated it as fraud, like, who did that?
You know,
Honestly-
you were writing the email.
Sure, so let me try to recollect a year ago plus. Any,
Can I ask before you say this? Seems like we've got a little off track. I mean, I think this is relevant to what we're talking about, but it's like we're litigating this whole thing right now.
Yeah, it's
And
not.
Well, I'll tell you the reason why I want to do it. I wasn't planning on doing it. I was prepared to do it because I thought Mr. Gerber was going to come here and launch accusations again like he did the last time.
So
against
I'm-
Ms. Kupchak,
I'm,
which he did, and I didn't have information.
Jim,
to even, know whether it was right or wrong.
I appreciate this because
Yeah.
this is probative and
Yeah.
it's really useful. What I was gonna suggest is, one, I think it should be made part of the backup here. And hopefully we could have a chance to look at it if we're gonna try to parse what actually fell apart in the process. But two, to what Ms. Simpson said earlier, I think it's a little bit of a disservice to Ms. Kupchak to be doing this right now.
Okay.
As if she's, as
It
if,
wasn't a disservice.
I
for Ms.
actually
for-
disagree 100%, considering the way that this meeting was handled last time with Mr. Gerber here, who prides himself on being a financial expert, yet doesn't even understand how unemployment works for corporations or public service. So I think that if
I
we're,
guess.
no, I think that I think if we're gonna make accusations and say that public apologies should be made, there's only one person that should get a public apology, surely not him. It's Brenda Kupchak, because this is clearly a witch hunt. That's what this is.
I guess what I'm saying is, I think that Ms. Kupchak should be given the benefit of the doubt. I think it's, if you got stuff that you think is gonna kind of rehabilitate her character in here.
Yeah.
I don't want us and anybody else to have to be asking questions and seem to be like we're arguing.
You're asking
against-
questions tonight, Shane.
Well, but we're not really. We're really just getting it.
Tonight.
Not to mention, we're getting opposite, we're getting different.
Claims
kind-
process.
And I just want to say, listen, and what I tried to bring this back to, I don't want to litigate an individual's payment here. I think my point from what I said before is something went wrong. A payment was made to an individual who's not eligible. So how did that happen? And when something like that happens, we need to look at our processes and say, what went wrong? Was
I
this
beg to differ,
person
though. Was it
inappropriately
even-
advised that they were eligible? Did we not dispute this on a timely basis? Did we do
It was
everything
not
correct?
contested.
And it happened anyway. And those are the issues that we should be discussing. And it seems like we don't have all the facts. And I agree, if we wanna, and I think we should table this element of it, because I think we wanna have a discussion about process and controls and what went wrong. We should have the information to do that, and we don't have that.
I think
Can I
what you
say
brought
one
is
thing,
super,
please?
super relevant.
Wait,
And
Ms.
My
Ruggiero-
hand has been up for,
Yeah.
honestly, for a
And
very
sorry, I
long
didn't
time.
see
and
you
I'd
there,
like to
but go
add
ahead.
something. That's
Yeah.
okay. I understand. I totally get it. It's hard on the phone. if we're gonna have these conversations and what's been happening around our town, watching some of the Board of Select meetings and the honestly, the disgust that goes on is troubling to say the least. And the comments I hear around town it's almost embarrassing, to be honest. But if we're going to have these type of conversations like the last meeting where we're basically persecuting someone, and then let's have a public meeting about it. Honestly, why not have all the people in the room to have the right discussion? Because you can't do that to somebody. You're slandering somebody. And at a Board of Select meeting, days before this whole thing became an issue, everything is subject to hatred, quite frankly, and sharing personal information about people's families and things that should never be discussed in a public meeting. And I think it is really, really disgraceful. And if we're going to have a meeting where we last meeting here on our quarterly, we're being told that she's committed fraud again. Okay, well, she didn't. Where's the public apology for that?
No one, I don't think
Suggested that
anyone.
at all. In fact,
I think
Amy,
that the
with all
first
due
selectman
respect-
certainly did.
No, that
He
I think he
absolutely did.
specifically said she did not, that
Right.
there were two types of, there was alleged fraud, which there were fraudulent claims that were not paid, and then there were
Yes, there was.
inappropriate payments.
Yes.
Saying
Right.
that somebody filed for something when they knew they shouldn't, to me, is fraud.
Well, but he never said that. He said it was an inappropriate claim. We actually asked the question to make sure it was, he would clarify that.
Yeah.
He explicitly made a point of making sure that he did not call it fraud.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I don't want to turn this
even
into
tonight
the
at
type
this
of
meeting,
circus
though,
that
it's been
happened at
said
the
that
board.
she knew she shouldn't have applied because she was a
Well,
state
and
rep.
that brings,
And that's
that
true,
bring-
though.
that, I'm sorry, with all due respect, that brings it back to process. And that's what that was where my questions were going. I explicitly asked, was she advised that she was eligible or not? And I know that we don't want to focus on one individual, but this is the one circumstance that's gone through the appeal process, and we can talk about it because it's a public record. And I want to to me, there is an issue at the HR level. And if someone who is an elected official who is also on the payroll leaves the town, they should be told that they're not eligible per state statute.
I don't know if that's.
No, I disagree with that. I disagree.
100% that should have been told to her when she was.
I agree
working with your
100% with
department.
you, Craig.
And two, UTMC, who is our expert,
They should know
we
too.
are hiring an expert.
Yeah.
Who's being told she was a first selectman, an elected position, and they did not contest it.
I mean,
On that point alone, that's a problem. And you know what? She's probably gonna win and not have to pay the money back, because that's what she told me her attorney's going back with the town, with the state, because they made a mistake. And she was led
Absolutely.
down this road by the town.
That's a different issue. And that's something that we should not talk about in this room, because that's her
Yeah,
case too.
that's her, that's her own.
That gets to the qualifications and the performance of our third-party administrator. I think that's
Yeah.
fair. I still, again, I think we're going down a rabbit hole we shouldn't go down, but I do think that there's some disconnects and holes here. I mean, the word fraud, there was a February email where somebody told the state this was fraudulent.
I don't know.
Okay, so somebody disputed this as early as February. You're pointing to emails in September.
Yeah.
We haven't seen any of this. It seems to me that there were multiple process issues. I do think that as the chief elected official, she bears responsibility for this and should have known. That's my opinion. I think that if she didn't know, she should have been told. I mean, if it's a law that you're not eligible as an elected official, and you guys are sitting here telling me it's inappropriate for you to just say, well, here's the law, I'm not buying that. And I'm not buying that a third
I
party.
cannot give people legal advice. I cannot
not-
do that. That's
well-
legal advice. I can't say whether or not, that is not my role. And I'm gonna say right now that I'm very uncomfortable with the way this is going, because as I don't even have the whole email chain. If we're gonna look at all these emails, which is.
All of that should be part of the record.
But we need all of it piecemeal. And if we're gonna turn this into a trial, a hearing, And I think.
We're not turning it into a
No,
trial,
to
but
avoid that.
what we asked Kathleen,
Right.
what I asked
Right.
very specifically was process, did we do anything wrong? Did we appeal timely? Did we object timely? And the answer was yes, we did everything
To my
correctly.
understanding, yes.
Well, apparently that's not what happened because our third-party administrator, from what we're hearing, we don't have all the information,
Okay,
but
well, but I have to tell you too, I have rights too, and this is really, this is getting to a point where these are very serious claims. If that somehow I committed malpractice or we're incompetent.
no.
That's how it sounds. That's how it really
I
sounds.
mean, that's.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
We
We got other topics.
We have other topics. That is, we have internal audits all the time. Things go wrong. People make mistakes. There are control breakdowns and process breakdowns. It is not inappropriate to ask about those because you're doing it with an eye to fix things.
Yeah,
And, if we don't know what happened, we can't fix these issues.
But part of
So-
the problem is the third-party administrator. I have put on record that I'm not happy with them. So that's another issue.
This is the first time I'm hearing
No,
it.
but
I
I mean.
didn't hear anything about that.
Okay, as far as notice and things too, that's a lot of them. We need to look at maybe other ones. They've been with us a long time. So that's another issue. But I mean, maybe we just have attorneys do it for us and not have I don't know. But I would say this though, again, I want to keep this civil. I want to keep this proper. And it's almost 11 o'clock. We have worked really hard to do the best we can to present things tonight. And I think that it's really not going, I don't think it's going anywhere today. So I think if we get all the emails, we get all the things and everyone wants to have those, fine. I mean, if we want to have an outside investigator look at it, that's fine. But I think
No,
right now it's hard to respond to this.
We're gonna move on. And I also would like to understand why Mr. Gerber was led to believe that we had fraudulent payments, because I don't think he made that up. So,
Well, I know I didn't tell him that.
Okay.
Can we talk to him about this at the next meeting?
Yeah.
I'm surprised him or Mr. Becker were not here.
well,
tonight.
he had a town hall meeting that he
That's fine.
had to
That's fine.
attend.
But I would like to talk to him about it, and just have a civil conversation about it, because we all got worried.
Yeah, I agree.
We put this on, and we've been talking about unemployment that we really shouldn't have been talking to about at all.
Okay.
Can I ask, are we able to, is it possible that we can attach this to the backup? Like, can we make this as part of the formal record?
Can I make
The documents that we're reading?
suggestion though? I'd like the whole record.
Yeah.
Because if we're gonna put things in piecemeal, it's gonna be public. And I think again, if we're gonna be doing that, I think we need to have the whole record or a report or an audit investigation. An investigation makes more sense.
I don't, can we please not spend another $25,000 on another investigate? I mean, I don't think that, I think that if we made mistakes happen. I think if our third-party administrator made mistakes, I think if a former elected official made mistakes, people make mistakes, but now you understand why it happened and you fix it. And that's what we were originally trying to get to. This is not a witch hunt, with all due respect to Ms. Ruggiero, at least not on my part. And I very deliberately wanted to keep the temperature down and not get into the sort of personal vitriol and all of the nonsense that happened at one of the recent Board of Selectmen meetings. Not productive, not helpful, agreed is embarrassing. Not even our role. So, but if we have issues like this that cost the town money and now we're stuck trying to recover, we should figure out what happened so that, those things don't get repeated. So let's leave it at that, and I'll take it as an item to figure out, how we follow up.
But in
Chairman, I would say, and I'm trying to tone it down a little bit, but stuff like Mr. Gerber raised the last time. I think we gotta be very careful about where they, because this is the problem. He can't just launch stuff and say that these things are correct, which he did. We found out many of those things. There not being $130,000 of loss to the town of Fairfield, that misread a report. He's got to give us stuff at our before our meetings if he wants to talk about that stuff.
That's fair.
Not just launch this stuff and then find out that there's another side of the story. So, I'm just saying.
And I agree with you, Jim.
Yep.
I'm just gonna say too.
Yep.
I hate to even say it, but this stuff has been going in both directions. There's been a lot of unprofessional behavior toward Mr. Becker, for example, and a lot of accusations, all of which so far have been wrong. And, that's not right either. And so I think what happens is this stuff escalates. The record's not corrected, nobody apologizes. You know, accusations are thrown out about people's families and all this stuff, and all of it is bad for the town. I agree with Ms. Ruggiero, it's embarrassing. Everybody's got an axe to grind about something, and I don't want our board used as a tool for this, you know, political nonsense. So we do have a role to make sure that, you know, we have appropriate processes and procedures, the town's assets are protected, we don't have money flying out the door when it's not supposed to go out the door, and that people, you know, follow our processes. But I think there's a better way to do it than what's been demonstrated to the public. So I think we need to set an example and stay on track. And I do agree that if we're going to have these kinds of conversations, we should have a full set of the facts before us ahead of the meeting. So with that said, I will follow up to see, you know, specifically, and I'm going to stick to the policy and procedure part of it. To get to that, we do have to understand root cause of what went wrong on some of these things. I am concerned about the third-party administrator, et cetera. So we'll figure that out. So with that said, let's move on. We still have multiple items to get to. Item 9 is here an update. And thank you, guys. I think we're
Thank you
set.
very much. Thank you, everyone.
Item 9 is to hear an update regarding the town's investment portfolio. Tom, can you quickly take us through this? The backup for this item is posted online, beginning on page 85.
Yes, and this really is just an update, was presented part of the budget. The portfolio now is 232 million, round numbers. 82% of that's bonds, and the remainder is basically money markets. And we've had several issues have matured since we presented the budget. Those have all been reinvested at rates higher than the 3.75 that was used for the budget. We have last page of this, about $37 million of bonds that will mature during fiscal 2026, most of which will be well into the year. We did have one bond that matured. It was basically a zero coupon, and we realized about $300,000 in terms of income from that. So in terms of pricing these out, looking at the budget, we're basically right on the fiscal 2026 budget, slightly ahead. And we expect to be pretty much on budget for fiscal year 25.
Now, are these numbers, I'm sorry, what year are we looking at here? When you say budgeted income before allocation to the debt?
Yeah, that's the fiscal 26 budget, fiscal 26 budget.
And so the table above that, though, is that fiscal 25 numbers?
Which table are you referring to?
The investment summary, you say.
Yeah, so the income number, that's fiscal, the income is fiscal 26.
Oh, for fiscal 26?
Yeah, you know, what I'm saying is I didn't show it here, but in pricing these out with respect to fiscal 25, we're pretty much on budget for fiscal 25.
So you reran your calculation.
You're up like $10,000.
Yeah,
Okay.
correct, yeah.
And so, Tom, can I just ask, and I want to open it up to the board for
Sure.
a question, but in the other column, what is, that's $40 million.
Yeah, that's,
I understand M&T, but why do we have that much sitting in Schwab and Fidelity, and why hasn't that been reinvested?
yeah, we just had big cash tax collection come in, and we put it into the money market. We have debt service payments of about $20 million in July, and we have payroll, so it's being held for that. We have debt service payments due July, we've got one July 1st and another July 3rd, and we've got 4 payrolls in the month.
So it's that intentional that we're keeping that much cash liquid in Fidelity and Schwab?
Yeah, just for this period of time, because again, we've got a payroll tomorrow, we've got next week, and again, we have those bond payments coming.
And we have tax payments coming in too, right?
No, those just came in. That's why those funds just died. Yeah, those just came in.
Any questions from the board on this summary? Mr. Penley?
Just about so I see a lot of 2030s and nothing higher. Is that the longest tenor you're allowed to?
We have, yeah, the policy is really 5 years.
That's our
We
town-
can't invest in anything that has a duration of more than 5 years.
That's the town, is that also state of Connecticut?
I know I think it's a.
I know it's our
town-
town's
It's a administration policy.
Any other questions on this?
Now, Tom, pretty good. You're $15,000 off on the income, like.
Yes,
Pretty.
well, again, we had,
Like, maybe I'm gonna have you be my financial.
we really,
Cause my guy's way off than that.
no, we really priced these out through the end of the year and we could identify, what was maturing. And again, what has matured is invested slightly higher than it.
Just wanna compliment you. We're
So
really good.
Okay, if there are
this
no,
does not reflect, we do have unrealized gains. So that's,
all right,
I'm losing my voice.
okay, so let's move on to item 10. This was a follow-up from the last meeting. I think, Jim, you wanted this information. So this is just to hear an update on the fiscal 25 contingency account balances and activity. The board may recall that during the last meeting, we approved a transfer from some department head salaries, but we didn't transfer money for all of the department head salaries because some departments were going to absorb their department head increases in their budget. And so we had asked for a full listing of the department head increases, as well as a summary of what was remaining in contingency. So that's been provided, and the backup for that is posted on beginning on page 89. Tom, anything?
No, just a quick summary. The budget was $713,000, round them $714,000. 517 of that was transferred out as a result of contract settlements. And we have left about 197,000, which is to cover one unresolved contingency.
And then the next page is just, that's the list of all the department head raises, and we can see who was covered by the transfer and who was absorbed in their department. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you for getting that.
All right, so we'll move on then to item. What are we on? Item 11. So to hear an update on town vehicle purchases. So this was also in response to, this was meant to respond to a follow-up question from the last meeting. I think Mr. Walsh had asked for some information on the cost of Mr. Becker's vehicle, and you asked for detail.
Yeah, I talked to Tom today.
Okay,
Said that information will be forthcoming.
okay.
Spoken to the first selectman about it as well. That information forthcoming.
Okay. And what I had asked was, I said, if, I would really like to, I know there's a level of interest in Mr. Becker's vehicle, but the questions on that, I would actually like to understand it on a broader level. Because I think we had a bunch of questions that there was uncertainty about, like, where are they funded from? We're buying vehicles. Some of them are coming from the outside jobs fund. What about other vehicles? All the equipment that goes in the vehicles. We approved a big bond for radios and all those other things. So it's not clear to me how all that is working. So, I'm not sure if Mr. Becker's vehicle as emergency management director is unusual, because I think all the cars get fitted up with these things. So I wanted to more understand, in addition to what you asked, just the broader policy on how this stuff is managed. I believe that the whole radio project was, I don't know, $10 million or something. Now, not all of that is for equipment that goes into vehicles, but this whole question around the cost of stuff that we add to vehicles, whether it's, sirens or radios or iPads or whatever, that's not his vehicle. That's everybody's vehicle. So I wanted to understand our process and our policies around all of that and how the fleet is managed.
And I think the goal is to identify the purchases and the different sources of funding, because some come from the jobs fund, some purchases are from the internal service fund. So we just need to get a list. Yeah, well, that's a part of the,
We're buying vehicles out of the internal service.
Well, hang on. We have cars that get totaled occasionally.
That's a different story.
Yes.
well,
So-
that should be part of the.
Right,
that's
so
part of-
insured, so.
Risk management stuff.
Right, so the risk management, so if we have, if these vehicles fall under our policy, they may not be fully covered, but if there's a deductible
Yeah.
or what's not covered, that comes out of the internal.
Yeah, understood.
So, if a vehicle gets totaled, let's say a brand new vehicle gets totaled, I didn't really understand this before either, but if, let's say that vehicle costs $75,000 and we have a deductible of $25,000 or $50,000, that differential is going to be paid, when we replace that vehicle, it's going to be paid for out of the internal service fund, the deductible. So there's a lot of hair on this and there's a bunch of pieces. So I get what your question is, but I wanted to understand the entire process around this. I thought that was worthwhile, especially since we talked about this in relation to understanding the whole town vehicle policy. Who gets them, why people get them, how we're managing, all of that. We had an internal audit that identified a number of issues with that about a year ago. So, I was hoping to have a broader discussion on that, but we don't have all the information tonight, so.
And we also want to look at the policy in terms of who gets it. And the thing that I think we really haven't addressed adequately yet is the criteria for the person. So that's a process, that's a part of the process that we. are
It should be, it's role specific or contract specific, right?
So, and Tom was good enough, because I asked him, if you mentioned in an email that you just sent to me, in response to my email I sent to you.
Yeah.
Tom last night, he sent me something that he supplied during the budget season to us regarding the spreadsheet.
The outside jobs fund? Yeah.
And what I'm starting to get concerned about is that, especially sometimes I hear Mr. Becker talk about this. This is getting a little bastardized in the following way. When we set it up, and it was set up during the object administration, when she first took 10 cars out of the budget, which we all were like shocked by. And then this whole thing came about, well, we have this outside jobs fund and we're like, well, we got to put policies into place. And our board talked about that and how is that going to be managed? And then we started these spreadsheets.
And Jared wrote that we wrote that, a
Yeah.
policy was written.
So that raises an interesting question because of stuff that I talked to Tom about. So he sent me that spreadsheet, and I did send it to everybody that email tonight. So just in case and this policy was only supposed to be for police, and it was supposed to be for police cars. Okay, so I'm just going to read you the excerpt. At the bottom of it, it says, and you guys can see it later. I sent it to you. In the bottom of Tom's thing, it says excerpt from the police outside jobs policy. So already it's just been called a police outside jobs, not the emergency management team, not fire. And Mr. Becker has said a couple times, we will wait to do this thing for this fire apparatus out of the jobs fund. And I said, I want to see the jobs fund because that fire wasn't part of it. Well, the fire does some outside jobs occasionally.
No, I think that's the fire, and this is why I wanted to get, because I think the fire training school has its own thing, and they did make an allocation to capital, so. Yeah.
So, but it says the cumulative fund balance greater than $150,000 generated from outside jobs revenue after the payment of all costs associated with outside jobs at the close of each fiscal year at June 30th, as reported to the Board of Finance, will be deemed surplus. The surplus shall be used to purchase new replacement vehicles for the Fairfield Police Department. The number of vehicles purchased not to exceed 10 vehicles during the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. The number of vehicles purchased thereafter shall be reduced by 2 each year.
For that, yeah.
Ah, okay.
2 each year. And then it talks about it, but it was clear that it was only for police cars. Okay, so I don't see how that we can be paying for as the emergency management team was not part of this.
Agreed, yeah.
So It just seems odd. So I asked Tom today, I'm like, can I actually see the whole policy? Because I don't really have it. I didn't save it when Jared did that, and I thought we had approved it, but maybe we didn't. Maybe it was just a finance department policy. And Tom went searching for it, right? You talked to Connie about it and whatever. And basically,
It's
Tom,
in-
you want me to read?
it's in
I
the-
was told that it was drafted but never officially approved.
Well, it was distributed during one of our, probably in the meeting backup
Was
somewhere.
that a finance department policy?
It was an
That-
internal town policy in response to our question, but I think, and I could be wrong,
Yeah.
so don't hold me to this. But I think that this whole business about reducing it by 2 a year, I think we changed on that and decided to fund all 10 cars for a couple years in a row because that balance was not getting depleted. I think that
I remember
the
that.
thought when this was first put into place was that there was this money had been building in there.
Yeah.
And we had over $1 million or whatever it was in there. And so this was a good vehicle to purchase, right? But there was belief that, this money wasn't gonna last forever, it was gonna be depleted. So we didn't want to deplete it all at once and create a cliff in the budget.
Yes.
But then, as I think Frank updated that information
Yeah.
the following year and the year after that, the money continued to be replenished. And I think we also, one of the things I seem to remember talking to the chief about was that, the police commission was going to continue to look at the rates we were charging, and even some of those maintenance fees
Yeah.
that go into their budget were lower than other towns.
Yeah.
And so, as I recall, and I can't point to specific meetings or whatever, but my recollection was that was intentional when we approved the budget to finance all 10 cars because we were not in fact depleting that bond, that fund way down and creating a cliff. The other thing that we insisted on doing was making sure that in the budget, we grossed up those costs so that we could always track how much we were spending on police cars in the general fund, regardless of where the dollars came from.
Yeah.
So I think that policy, and I don't know whether it got formally approved, should be as part of this broader view, dusted off, and we should determine, whether it's comprehensive, appropriate, or whatever.
Yeah, because you're
right.
It's supposed to be
Yeah.
for police cars. It wasn't supposed to be for a captain's car, an SUV for the police department. It was only supposed to be for the cars that we go through, and it actually has verbiage in here about what's considered, you can only replace cars that have been like full, it says department vehicles found to be junk, in poor condition, or obsolete after this assessment made.
Yeah.
About what you could purchase. It wasn't supposed to be for other types of apparatus. And I think there was a reason for that. We were just talking about police cars and using the money that the police officers were making on the outside jobs fund.
But I do, and now that you say this, I don't think we actually approved that. I think this was an internal town policy. And I think at the end of the day, if we decide to budget out of that fund, the board made a decision and voted on it, and we could do that. But if we're gonna do that sort of thing, we should update the policy to reflect what we're doing and what we believe is appropriate. So I think that, in my view, the pieces of this are, we need a town vehicle policy, who's eligible. Because I don't even really have a good feeling for who manages our fleet, who makes these decisions. Do we have an inventory of radios and all this stuff? I remember when we did the DPW audit, these types of questions came up. We're going out, we're buying, blowers and pieces of equipment. Where do they sit? Like, can they disappear? How do we have them inventoried? So I just think, I'm not saying anybody's doing anything wrong, but I just think it's a broader understanding, considering the amount of money we're spending. And I think to the point you raised, we may be spending 70 grand on a vehicle, and we're buying a bunch of standard vehicles, but the add-on equipment on all these vehicles is expensive. So how is that managed? How is it assigned? How is it, how do we determine what's appropriate based on people's roles and all of those things? So I think it's a good topic to explore. And that's why I had hoped, I initially reaching out about this agenda 2 weeks ago, what I had asked for was, could we have a broader discussion about this so we could understand these questions and not be sitting around and saying, where is this coming out of the budget or whatever? So I do think we have to get to that.
Okay.
And I hope, and maybe we can do that, at our next regular meeting. Because September's usually light and that gives the town some time. Is everybody good on that? Okay. All right, so quick one, item 12, if we can move on to item 12. This is to hear, consider and appoint the clerk and the assistant clerk of the Board of Finance for the next year ending May 2026. So motion to hear this item. Do we still have it here? Still the quorum, Mr. Penley, seconded by Mr. Walsh. So the relevant section of the charter is 8.3. I think we all know the Board of Finance appoints the clerk, fixes the clerk's salary, the clerk holds office as the secretary of the Board of Finance. And the clerk has the responsibility, it says from the charter, the clerk shall keep minutes of board meetings, be the custodian of its books, papers, and data relating to conduct of its business, be a certified or licensed public accountant, or otherwise have experience in the financial field, and have the right to call upon all town departments, boards, commissions, committees, authorities, and officers for such information as the clerk may reasonably require in connection with the duties of the clerk and responsibilities of the Board of Finance. So, as we all know, Tom's been serving as our clerk since we appointed him shortly after onboarding with the town, which is traditional as CFO to serve as clerk. And Tom obviously has all the qualifications outlined in the charter. And so I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Mr. Harris to serve as Board of Finance clerk for the upcoming fiscal year. Second, Mr. Walsh. Any comments, discussion, other nominations?
Job?
Raise.
No. You get the pleasure of being here until the late hour. Mr. Walsh?
I will say Tom is more than qualified with his experience and CPA and everything else that goes with it. And I've enjoyed working with Tom. And I will say that when I've needed something, Tom has been very responsive. What I like about Tom is he doesn't get into any politics stuff. And he's very clear. He's told me that right from the beginning. And he's a very, very honest guy. And I like that as our clerk. I think it's perfect. When we ask for something, it shouldn't be politicized at all. Or once I feel like you're not getting full information. If you ask Tom for something, he'll get it to you. And he does it diligently. And he'll sit there till the cows come home and explain it to you. And I've been very happy with Tom. So thank you, Tom. So.
And I told Tom this today, so I was invited to sit into the rating agency discussions today, and Tom did a great job representing the town. And we were done. I said, Tom has this talent for practicing an economy of words, and which I really appreciate. He does not pontificate. He does not. So, man, a few words, keeps himself out of trouble.
Our meetings would be over in 20 minutes. It was over Tom.
We definitely need some more Tom. Thank you.
I agree.
All right, so vote, all in favor of approving Tom Harris as the Board of Finance clerk. Okay, so I think there are 6 of us now, so it is unanimous, 6-0. Okay, we also have to move to the role of assistant clerk. So as everyone knows, Jennifer Carpenter's been serving in that capacity for many years. She does all the work of organizing our agendas and meeting materials and coordinating schedules with town officials who have to come before our board and much more. So I'll go ahead and nominate Ms. Carpenter to continue to serve in that role. Second, Mr. Walsh. Comments, discussion, any other nominations?
She has a lot of patience. She does a great job in keeping us aligned on where we're supposed to be, which is years, but numerous places at different times, and getting us the materials. And in lining people up, I don't know how she does it all, but she does a great job at it. So I couldn't be a bigger fan. So.
All right. So all in favor of appointing Jen Carpenter as deputy clerk for the Board of Finance for next fiscal year. Okay, it is unanimous again, 6-0. Great. Okay, so we can move to item 13, which is to hear, consider, and act upon the draft minutes of March 4th, 18th, March 4th, 2025, March 18th, 25, 2nd, 25, May 8th, and May 20th, 2025. So motion to hear this. Mr. Curley, second by Mr. Myers. So the draft minutes are in the backup, beginning on page 91 of the main document. Any comments on these minutes? Mr. Curley.
On the March 4th minutes, in item 15. Here, page 96 of the backup online. It's the motion to hear and consider resolution appropriating roughly 4.9 million for the cost of roadway accessibility upgrades. The correction that I have is the motion carried 8-1, but it was myself who opposed. I believe Kevin voted in favor of, so should be Curley opposed, not Stark.
Okay. So just that one item.
That's
So
the only
item,
one.
so item 15. So you're making the motion
Make a
to,
motion to adjust item 15 so that the name opposed changes from Stark to Curl.
okay, I'll second that. Any questions? Okay, all in favor of that amendment? Okay, so that amendment is unanimous. Any other comments on the minutes? I just have, I don't know if I don't have the actual change, but I did know, and maybe people will recall. So on page 101, so these are the minutes from the budget vote. And I noticed on here, there are, so if you look at the BOE budget on page 101, there are a few comments about the motions that were made and the amendments, but there's no notation of what the final vote was to approve the Board of Ed budget. Do you have that?
It was 8-1. Kevin.
Was it, okay, can you verify that? I think that should be reflected here. So we have the votes on the amendments, but not on I believe we voted on the final Board of Ed budget.
Oh, actually, you know what? I see that maybe Kim voted against the increase in Jim's motion. So I might be wrong on what I just said.
Yeah, so I remember Kevin voting against the motion to increase, but I don't recall whether who voted, if we voted unanimously on the whole budget. He's looking at that.
Yeah, just have to get there.
Are there any other comments on the minutes? We were all at all of these meetings.
Although I think we should get that one right.
Yeah.
No.
Hi, I'm sorry, Lori, this is Prue. Can you just give me that date again for that set of minutes, please?
Sure.
The one we're talking about right now, it's the June 3rd, it's the budget, I'm sorry, it's the budget vote, April 2nd.
April 2nd.
Okay, thank you.
And it's,
Item, it's
yeah, there's
just
not,
about the Board of Ed.
yeah. So on the PDF online, it's on page 101.
Yes.
So on that set of minutes, it's the page 1, 2, 3, third page of those minutes.
Okay.
Shared drives.
Okay. Yeah, because Prue, if you see where it's left off, it says at the end, I made a motion to approve the amended budget, but it doesn't have a second or the final vote.
Okay, I don't have the minutes in my backup, but obviously they're on my computer, so I'll just fix it. And that was 8-1, it was Kevin Stark, right?
Craig is double checking.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like I remember that.
It was 8-1 for, this is Jim Walsh. It was 8-1 when I made the motion to increase the Board of Ed budget by $1 million. And that was 8-1. The question is then,
Overall.
Oh, the
Yeah.
overall budget.
after we
Okay.
discussed it, now that it's amended, what was the final vote on their budget?
Okay.
And it might have been 8-1 or it might have been 9-0.
I apologize, just trying to get there.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
No, don't worry about it.
Luckily, we're almost done.
While we're waiting, Tom, I looked up the town charter provision on it about boards. And I think it's 10.1 says every board except the ethics board and one other, and it wasn't your board, has to meet a minimum of 10 times a year.
We're good.
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, is Jay ripping?
The J-Rib or any of those boards, because you thought they might meet quarterly or something like that.
Since I've been on, we've had,
Yeah, I'm just telling you, you might want to talk to the chairman about that to be in compliance with the charter. There's an exception for the ethics board because they only meet when they have a matter.
Yeah.
I'll let him know. I think it was unanimous, actually.
I think it might have been unanimous.
Right.
I don't think Kevin was going to vote against the education budget.
But I was
Right,
also
okay.
told to not speculate.
Okay, so I'll change
Good
that.
memory.
Thank you.
If this is gonna be an issue, we can vote on the other minutes and maybe just not take action on this set until the next meeting.
Yeah, why don't we do that? I just think it's too important
Yeah,
because
we
it's
should have the record.
2/3 of the budget, so I think we should just,
Okay,
it doesn't matter if it waits a month or next meeting or whatever.
okay, so those were April 2nd. So then why don't we just vote,
I'll listen to the hearing again. I don't care.
okay, so what, let's have a vote to approve the draft minutes of March 4th, March 18th, May 8th, and May 20th. As amended, I think we amended one of those dates, which was March 18th.
March
right?
4th.
March 4th. Okay, so let's vote on the amended minutes for March 4th and the draft minutes of March 18th, May 8th, and May 20th. All in favor? Okay, all right, so that passes 6-0. So we'll reconsider the other minutes at the next meeting. All right, item 14, to hear, consider, and act on any communications. Tom, man, a few words? No, okay, good. All right, motion to adjourn. Mr. Curley, Mr. Walsh, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.